me under, take me under your wing, crack of thunder as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our
this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよな。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come draw me if you down。悩んでもやめないわ。No more。苦い思い消えてよ。この街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ。ドライビングモード始めよう。 近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song You and me going out tonight Let's turn the radio on You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long Let's lay some whiskey down We'll dance all night then get it on To another country song Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom
with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You
outside your door. You find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars that hit all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Surfing on a wave Hit me with the Cali sun, give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please,
times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. In the point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That luck comes to your door. In the point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know
你以为观赛指南是有一个很平常的节目，多年之后才发现，这其实是官方视频里最干的节目。这样的节目永远不会再有了。常规赛只剩最后几天，你一定好奇季后赛名额的争夺和复活甲的归属。这你可算问对人了。阿南，我是学观赛的，这就帮你们指南。首先是常规赛的头名之争 ，EDG 在爆冷不敌 FPX 之后，失去了拿下第1名的主动权。比赛中先由 Kale 上演3年之期已到，决胜局中球皇更是化身顶级矿工。我大意了啊，没有闪。而 EDG 在本赛季的最后一场比赛同样是一场硬仗。TT 这边 Yuko 刚刚在笔记上写下最后2个名字，下路的幻风已经开始沉迷做事。最有希望拿到季后赛复活甲的是4连胜风头正劲的 JDG。由于在小分方面遥遥领先，只要最后一场比赛赢下 UP， 他们就能锁定联赛第1。作为常规赛前2名的另一个有力争夺者 ，LNG 最近的比赛虽然赢得磕磕绊绊，但其实他们如今的成绩早已超出了赛季初外界的期待。毕竟谁知道影响这么小呢？当 RNG 战胜 WBG 时，粉丝们可能还在好奇为什么这是最棒的一天。不曾想，下一场比赛 RNG 就给出了答案。所以，真爱粉还是放下助人情节，尊重他人命运吧。与 RNG 不同 ，WE 仅仅是走到这里就已经用尽了所有力气。若想在季后赛有可能的一席之地 ，WE 需要在面对 NIP 时不再展露一种上个赛季的美。最后再来看看 TES 赛季中期拿下8比2的战绩，一度让粉丝以为他们终于摆脱了中期送一波的顽疾。现在才发现，这个赛季不过是去年春季赛的倒放，那年的纵深北伐一如现在的挥师南下。这样的赛季，桃粉们只能看一眼。毕竟再多看一眼就会，恐怕有了去年世界赛的惨痛经历，如今的 LPL 格局，用高情商来说是竞争激烈，低情商就是菜鸡互啄。不过出门在外有好有坏，以前是以前，现在是现在。那你语录呢 ？LPL 效果那种。
Welcome one and all to another beautiful night here in the LPL Spring Split. I am reunited with Kitty with a wonderful slate of games ahead of us. Are you excited, or as excited, I guess, as I am to kick off this 5th day here in week 10?
Yeah, happy Friday, everyone, and I'm really happy that I get to cast with Mazel once again, as we have 2 very important games for our 2nd place tier teams, but we will get into that very, very soon.
Because we got to talk about yesterday's games, which we have obviously every day of the week here in the LPL to round us out in week number 10. As, you know, it was an interesting journey nonetheless yesterday that we had, as we should bring up the scores here very, very shortly. And it was RA falling down 2-1 to RNG, although they made them have to sweat a little bit, I'll say. TES did clean up a 2-0 victory over FPX, Kitty.
Yep, RA unfortunately out of the running for playoffs, but it definitely showed a lot of the inconsistency that RNG has been dealing with for the past few weeks. But my main focus was still Top Esports versus FPX. Although the scoreline says 2-0, FPX being a 15th place team really challenged Top Esports to put on their top performance, Mazel.
Yeah, Top have been sweating a little bit in his final stretch here. Maybe needing some electrolytes to make sure they can finish strong. But I do want to go ahead and bring us to the standings here, where we found ourselves, as there is just that one spot on the line still. As we'll bring up the standings here very shortly, hopefully. We will see, obviously, a lot of solidification. RNG have made it. They gave us a scare, I will say, for like 3/4 of the season. They were on that right side of the grab, but they finally make that push. Now there's just that one spot left available. Will it go to WE? Will it go to IG? That is the question that remains.
Yep, I mean, WE, IG, and honestly RNG are in very dangerous positions, because I think IG, they are currently suffering 4 huge loss streaks. So it's going to be really tough, especially with how all the mojo is happening in the campfire. But RNG, like I said, inconsistency is also a very worrying sign. With their recent performances, they lost up against teams like NIP and also dropped a game against RA, where I think WE has a really good shot in that 10th position.
Yeah, indeed. We'll have to look and see how that peters out in the last couple days of Week 10. But tonight, we have our tied seconds, I guess, at this point, facing off against opponents tonight. Maybe see who can rise above and claim that second spot here for the regular season. But we kick it off with LGD versus LNG. LGD season obviously already done, but see if they can play spoiler against the LNG, because EDG will be facing off actually against a pretty giga-banger matchup in TT to round us out.
Yeah, that last matchup is super exciting, but I don't want to discredit LGD because they've defeated some top teams in the past, but it is going to be a very important series for both LNG and EDG, as they are both tied second right now. And the importance of the second place in the playoffs means you get to skip straight to round 4, and you will have 3 weeks to prepare and observe all the competition ahead of you.
Yeah, we'll see who ends up getting that especially. But interestingly enough, as you said, LGD have taken down top opponents, Top Esports to be exact, and obviously BLG as well, another top tier opponent they've taken down. But it is going to be a difficult task when you know that LNG are coming into this series wanting to smash it out of the park and make sure that they can secure themselves the second place. Because, right, every game win matters here. Every game differential matters here, especially when you're chasing that second spot against EDG, who play right afterwards.
Yep, most definitely. And I think LNG, well, they have been looking very comfortable with their recent wins, as they've displayed some of the best macro we've seen in the LPL split so far. And I think I really want to credit the jungle and support of that team. Hung and Tarzan have been just working so well as a duo, and I think them being able to set up for so many major objectives really allows Scout to play to the best of his ability.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to keep an eye out for sure. Now, this is the final series for both these two teams here in the regular season. So I'm excited to see what they bring to the table for this one, but we have to already set the stakes that this is different trajectories for both teams, right? Obviously, we already talked about LNG fighting for that second spot, needing to get all the game wins they can, the game differential, important for them. LGD at this point, they just need to find bright points to bring into the summer season. A little bit of an underdog spoiler story to finish out would be a strong one as we get into our arena for the day.
Yeah, like you said, LGD, they beat really good teams like Top Esports and BLG, and I really want to give credit to the ADC, which is LPC in this instance, where he's shown a huge improvement over the regular split, where I believe when he first started out in the year, he was looking a little bit shaky, but in recent weeks, he is the stability that Laogandia relies on nowadays. But I also want to give huge credits to my man Xiaoxu in top lane. Him on Cassante is a very scary thing. I believe even featured in the LoL Esports compilation, where he just did a really nice 1v2 outplay in the top lane, and he completely styled on BLG.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously it's about leading strength to strength, right? You're coming off performances like that to try and get strength going, but specifically a lot of the strength relies on Meteor from the jungle for LGD. If Meteor doesn't have a way of getting resources out onto the map or getting away into the game, I feel like LGD are looking a little bit worse for wear in those situations. So against a man like Tarzan, obviously it's a tall task, but finding very strong points like a good pick for Xiaoshu in the top side, maybe even a little bit of stability, late game kind of style for the bottom lane here for them could help a little bit.
You could help, but I think when you are playing against LNG, Lee Sin has to be a permaban for Tarzan, because I think Tarzan has adapted so well into the jungle meta, and especially with his synergy alongside Hung. All these major objectives are just always in the hands of LNG, and Scout being always put in a very high priority lane allows them to make all these amazing plays across the map, and they don't often make mistakes when it does come to the macro, and they don't really give into the enemy team of having any angle for them to come back into the game.
I'm really interested in how this bottom lane duo does, especially against LP and Hung, who have been pretty solid in bottom side for LNG. But I think when you look at the track record for LPC, obviously very interesting as a developmental piece for JDG for so long, and I think he's really coming to his own on this LGD roster while the season hasn't been all that bright for them. He's definitely going to be able to show up here, maybe give himself some more prospects going into summer, but now they're titanic opponents on the other side. You've got LNG fighting for that second place over EDG, and the roster speaks for itself, but it really has been a culmination of skills coming together for this LNG squad.
Yeah, and my main focus is still Scout. I think Scout is undoubtedly one of the best performing mid laners we've had in the regular split so far in LPL, and I think this mid lane matchup is going to be really interesting, as Haichao has been subbed in for multiple weeks now, and I think that has stabilized the synergy of LGD very well. But he's up against someone like Scout in that mid lane, and it really depends on if he gets the counter pick or if he gets countered, because we know both of these players, they love the Yone, they love the Jace, something that gets a lot of priority in that mid lane, where both junglers can work of it. As you said, Meteor, he is also up for a very big challenge up against Tarzan, but I think if Haichao is able to get into something like a comfortable lane matchup, I think maybe they can give LNG a run for their money.
And we have to remember, this LNG roster was rebuilt pretty much from the Tarzan up. I would say from the ground up, but it was definitely built around Tarzan being the standing member here on the squad. But it was the pieces that they brought around Tarzan that really have shown out, right? Tarzan, last year, he was the thing that was dragging LNG across the finish line, it felt like a lot of times. Maybe even sometimes being the sword that ended their runs. But it is about how he has connected with Scout, how deadly this duo has been, helped by the fact that Hung is constantly on roams. He's constantly linking up with Tarzan, and this trio becomes so deadly where they can let LP play for late game and let a lot of things boil down to just those big 5v5s that strategically they do so well.
Yeah, I believe Scout is currently sitting on the most MVPs this split, 17 after his series earlier this week. But Mazel, I've noticed something. The ADCs are called LPC and LP for tonight. It's gonna be real fun for you.
I'm excited. It's hey, I got to do the Hung versus Hung battle, and now I get to do LP versus LPC. We'll see exactly how it goes, but especially seeing how that matchup is going to work out, because you have such developing ADCs and kind of stepping into the forefront, I guess, for both these teams right now in terms of what they carry through because of that late game, because of the way the meta has played out. But I'm looking for a definite step up for both these two, and especially on LPC's side, right? If he's able to kind of put down the rising star LP for LNG here tonight with a nice 2v2 setup in bot lane, that's going to work well.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the bot lane meta so far in patch 13.5, as Zeri is not as high priority anymore because of the inclusion of Jinx, and I have been the biggest Jinx fan ever since 2022. Do you remember where games were just Aphelios versus Jinx on repeat? Well, I think we're gonna see that for MSI, since Zeri, the Yumi nerfs kind of hit her, as she is not as high priority anymore, especially with Vi being such a strong or prioritized in the draft. But
bring back the Mega Death Rocket steals. That's all I need.
Oh my god. I know, Riot knows this because they buffed the ultimate to, I think, max level and max range to 1.2k, so that's around the same damage as a full smite later on in the game.
God.
And We're definitely going to see some Baron seals as we approach the international stage. But like you said, the 2v2 in the bot lane is going to be so important as these bot lane duos really just make or break the early game. And I think Rakan is going to be a very highly contested pick between Hung and Jinjiao because we see them kind of leaning towards the melee supports now that Ashe has been mega nerfed.
Yeah.
But sometimes when that champion just doesn't work, you just default to the Nautilus.
So I want to go ahead and hone down a little bit now that we're getting a little bit closer to picks and bans here, because you were talking about the Lee Sin needing to be taken off the board against Tarzan. Feels like there's not enough bans to target out Tarzan, but I'm specifically looking at what you think Meteor needs to go ahead and bring to the table. Something that will go ahead and go fisticuffs with Tarzan, maybe something a little bit more reactive play, facilitation to the team. What do you think?
Well, both of these junglers, their most played is Sejuani. But I think when you're up against someone like Tarzan and LP, who has shown a lot of preference towards the Aphelios and the Zeri, something like the Vi could work really well in Meteor's favor because it's very easy to execute, and Jinjiao can bounce off it extremely well with something like the Nautilus, where you force early plays. As we said back in the conversation earlier, that LNG has some of the best macros. So if you bring a bit of spice and you kind of break up that tempo, that puts LNG uncomfortable in the game state, that could be an angle for LGD to get at least a win away from this top tier team.
And again, we were talking a little bit about the trio between Tarzan, Scout, and Hung and getting out on the map, finding resources that way. I'm really interested at how kind of Meteor, Haichao, and Jinjiao kind of respond to that in some extent. Now, we see full-on jungle focus right now in this first phase. We get the Sejuani, the Maokai, all right, the Aphelios joins the table too. But the Lee Sin and the Jace also banned away by LGD. Now LGD on the red side in this first one will have that counter pick available later on in the draft, but now they're looking at their last ban, Kitty.
It's really interesting that Aphelios has been taken off by LNG. That does mean LGD maybe consider banning out the Vi here. That is going to be available for the side of Tarzan to take up, as I think Scout, with the amazing champion pool that he has, something like the LeBlanc or even the Ahri just pairs so well with such an aggressive jungler. LGD, pick the Xayah Rakan, just do it already.
It's tried and true, easy way out. On the bottom side. Yeah, I like that you say that about Scout, though, man. He's got such a unique champion pool. I believe he's over, like, almost at 16, around there, close. I'll have to do the math a little bit later.
You can't ban him out.
I'm wondering what you go for here. And right now, they're hovering a very aggressive centered support for Meteor. And, you know, I feel like there's two ways to go about it, Kitty. You can play reactively, or you can say, you know what, we're going to go big or go home. And it's the Elise that says go big or go home right now for LGD.
Nah, screw playing traditional. We're gonna get Meteor playing the Elise to just spicing everything up in that early game, which is exactly what I want from LGD. But I'm expecting Xayah and Rakan going towards the side of LGD for this 2-3, and then LNG can maybe perhaps respond with something like the Zeri, as you don't want to be versing the Zeri when you are when you have something like the Vi. But they're gonna lock in the Jinx, which is relatively interesting because I think when you do have something that is a hyper carry like the Jinx up against something that is so aggressive in that early game, it's gonna be tough getting to that scaling point, so you need appealing support to really save him or save this Jinx in the early game.
And this would be a nice little bit of a clap back, it feels like, from LNG, the Lucian Nami combo. So more aggression in the bottom side, and LP and Hung saying, can you hang with us?
I don't know, can you hang with us? I mean, sometimes you just pick the Thresh and you say, we're gonna just play 2v2 and hopefully we scale until the 30-minute side. But this Tristana is going to get hovered for Haichao. I believe both Scout and Haichao are a big fan of this Tristana, where it offers a lot, but it also offers nothing in my opinion.
Jungle, so there you go. Double AD, or I guess double marksman comp for LGD here.
Yeah, double ADC, the major objectives are going to be really easy to sneak if they ever get any vision control over those, but that does mean a lot of these supports are going to get taken off the board. Thresh and the Lulu are also going to get perhaps considered to be banned by LNG, but the LeBlanc and the Ahri are also still on the board as LGD going to target Scout for the second half of the banning phase. But
I'd say that's a pretty
we've said this before, you can't ban Scout out.
Yeah, I feel like you can take away some annoying chance, but yeah, you're never going to ban Scout out for sure. It is that Ahri that joins the table because he has been so good when he gets mobility out of mid lane to meet up with Tarzan, go into the side lanes, things like that. It is the split focus in the second phase for LNG, the Nautilus plus the Jax here. So I love the focus towards bottom side, get away one of those big primary engaged supports, but also taking away maybe a side lane threat that LGD could definitely use here. We'll see what their final decisions are going to be, as they still have that counter pick. I expect the support to be picked up here, and maybe something that is a bit safe in the Tahm Kench.
We saw this Tahm Kench getting picked twice by top esports, I believe, and it was the Jinx and Tahm Kench paired together in that bottom lane.
Unbench
Top
the
esports,
Kench.
they won the series from that, so I'm excited to see how Jinjiao is going to pilot this Tahm Kench, because one of his biggest problem is just surviving the laning phase, where he often explodes if the enemy team gets a lead through him. So it's going to be a pretty big challenge, especially up against LP and Hung when they are on something so aggressive. But the Tilly is going to get locked in for Scout. I was honestly expecting something like the Gragoose, but I guess not.
The Gragoose. Now we need a goose skin for Gragas, man. I just needed to be waddling around like a goose. But we do get that kind of mobile mid lane to go out and meet up with Tarzan specifically, but also Zika will be piloting that Cassante. We'll see what Xiaoshu's answer is into this. Been saving counter pick for it, but stability, setup in the team fight is definitely what I'm looking for here for LGD. Some stability on the map, that is. It is the Scion locked in.
It is going to be that Scion for Xiaoshu in the top lane, where it's Cassante vs Scion. We don't need to touch on this. We've seen this matchup probably more than 100 times throughout this year, but like you said, the main focus is going to be about that mid and jungle, where LGD, Tristana, they are prioritizing for that early game lane push, while Meteor, you need to get stuff done in that early game, because LNG, once you get to those team fights and the 5v5s, Tarzan, with that ultimate ability available, it's going to be so much easier to execute.
And coming to this one, it was a big question of like, can Meteor withstand the pressure that Tarzan just puts out in the jungle passively, but especially when he's actively looking to put pressure onto you. And I think this one specifically, an interesting start to a best of 3 for Meteor. If he gets good resources, if he can actually upend Tarzan here in this first game, that sets the draft on fire for the rest of the series here. So we'll see if the bar of execution is met for LGD.
On fire, and that's exactly what we want to see in LPL, but from these ADCs getting locked in, it is the Jinx versus the Lucian, where we're getting a little bit of an Arcane repeat of perhaps a Season 2 script leak. So I'm going to be really excited to see how the early game plays out for both of these teams. But looking at LNG's composition, it's very standard, it's very front to back, where Scout can play towards these side lanes like LP, probably not towards Zika versus Xiaoshu in that top side, but getting LP ahead just means your team fight and your Lucian is going to be so potent, while we have LP on LGD. Oh my god, these names are getting scrappled together, but it's going to be really exciting because we have the Jinx and the Tahm Kench, which will help her so much when it does come to that level 6 spike for Jinjiao.
Yeah, we'll see as LNG versus LGD kicks off here our 5th day of week number 10. Again, last series for both of these two orgs in the regular season at least. LGD season is already over, but they can play spoiler and show off a little bit towards the end of the split, while LNG are still fighting for that 2nd place here over EDG that face off later. And good thing we're, use a little bit of exposition time while we have pause apparently at the very start of the game. Hopefully we'll be getting into it very soon, but really a story of differing incomes, I guess, of both these two teams. I guess incoming stories for this series especially.
Yeah, and something that I've been holding in this entire champ select is I tried to take a sip out of my boba, but because I have a paper straw, I think the paper straw disintegrated and I can't drink the drink anymore. So it's just sitting in front of me, having absolutely no access at all. I don't know what to do.
That's unfortunate.
Help me.
At that point, I feel like you just take the lid, like you cut the lid. I don't know. That feels barbaric,
no.
but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Do you have like the extra straw somewhere?
I do have an extra straw. I mean, perhaps the angle, if this pause goes to like 5 minutes, I'm just gonna go yeet for a straw and we'll be back. But at least I'll have access to my delicious lychee green tea. True.
You gotta have access to that because it does sound pretty banging. I have Monster energy drink in front of me, so it's not quite the same. Not quite the same, but maybe about the same level of energy. Speaking of, though, hopefully we'll be getting back in. I'll let everybody know as soon as we know what exactly is going on. But for now, we are in a early pause here. Hopefully a short one.
Yeah, hopefully we get a very short one. But talking about the draw, oh, we are back.
I was hitting the button the whole time. Look at that.
Let's go, Mazel.
Speaking of, though, again, we set up LNG, really trying to slam home this last series. And LGD have come out with a draft that says, no, I don't want to let you do that. We'll see if that early bar of execution is set for LGD, though, as both sides starting on the opposite sides for junglers.
It does seem like that the Elise is going to be starting her own red buff, while Vi is going to do the exact same, but I need to talk about this Tristana pick because it has been getting a bit of time in the LPL where I have mixed opinions of this Tristana. Yes, it does a lot in terms of taking down towers early on, but I just feel like it falls off when you come to the 5v5. It's so hard to execute because you ideally want to be jumping forward, but you're jumping forward into a Cassante, Talia, and Vi for this game. So Haichao quite literally needs to be perfect with how he plays these teamfights as the Tristana, or you're just going to have to be playing towards those side lanes.
And I do wonder, I mean, double ADC compositions are very boom or bust, right? If you do get off the ground running, if you can use the double point of power, it's really, really strong. And so that is kind of that conversation that Meteor has to bounce between these two and find those resources. Because if you don't have those resources, if you aren't ahead, it feels real bad when you're going in with two very squishy members that could just get blown out of the water with a combo.
Exactly, but at least LGD Xiaoxu, they do have the Scion for this game one, as these wards being placed by LGD doesn't spot Tarzan at all, so he's just going to make his way to that blue buff, but we see Meteor getting to his blue, and LP doesn't have the cleanse available in that bottom lane. So if LP is a little bit too aggressive where the wave state is slightly good for him, he will need to burn the flash if Elise ever decides to make a gank towards the bottom.
Is that just a confidence play here by LP? It's just saying, you know, we go
it really
boom
is.
or bust. No cleanse against the, you know, an Elise that literally lands one cocoon and you're dead.
I mean, to be fair, that does show that LP, he really wants to win the 2v2. Oh my god,
oh, they ain't winning the 2v2 right now. That is a flash burned by LP.
Well, I guess Tom Kench, people forgot how to play against him as he just burned the flash from LP.
Unbench the Kench.
Meteor gets spotted here as well, but it doesn't matter. Look at the wave, it's stacking towards LNG right now, and you don't have your jungler anywhere. Vi is making his way back, but it's not going to be in time.
Haichao has rocket jump as well, can't get down here. They're roaming here. Hung and LP are like fish in a barrel, but it looks like there's somebody coming to break that barrel open. LP gets a little bit down, and Scout is able to join here. Not able to catch Meteor, though. Should lose a little bit of pressure mid lane as the back gets stopped for a moment. Back completed, though, for LPC and Jin Zhao.
I think this was just unfortunate timing from Tarzan because he didn't get to meet Meteor straight away as Meteor decided to do the blue as well, didn't decide to skip it. So it was just like 20 seconds off where it could have been a 3v3 and Tarzan would have been in time for that. But Scout needing to burn the TP does mean he is going to miss out on some of the XP and minions in that mid lane where Tristana already finding a CS lead.
It's exactly what you want to see as well. Just getting some pressure from mid lane with Haichao, because as soon as you start connecting, it's going to be really, really strong. Coming back onto the map, though, we have obviously Dragons spawning very shortly. Wonder if any team really wants to go for this early priority besides LGD really trying to find those early resources. I feel like it could be a little difficult and a little bit risky to put yourself out there like that, but we'll see. LNG actually just trying to consistently hover this bottom side of the map.
Really good ward from LPC as he does smell Tarzan hovering around the side. That hurts a lot.
That's a serrated dirk right there.
Serrated dirk? Or is it serrated? Oh my god. Do you say Shaco or Shaco?
So I heard it's like taco. So Shaco?
Oh no, you're one of the Shaco guys?
Is that you judging me now? Is this you judging me live on broadcast?
I'm judging.
Teach me, then why is it Shaco?
Riot developers decided to name it Shaco, I guess.
Well, then there you go.
At least we're never going to get a Shaco.
Yeah, no, that's probably not going to happen. Although it would be hilarious. Not going to happen just yet. We'll save those long, in-depth conversations about naming for that one. But now we do actually see Meteor coming down to finish out clearing the bottom side of the map. Do you expect them to try to get a little bit of priority bot side to get this dragon under tow for them early stacking?
You really need the Lucian and Nami ahead for this team composition to work, but we see a lot of trading happening towards the
If he didn't pop that unstoppable onslaught, he was going to die.
Yeah, he has to back with no health and no mana, but he is just going to safely TP back as this ward is going to split out Meteor. But like I said, this Lucian and Nami really needs to get ahead for LNG's team composition to work, specifically LP on the Lucian. But I believe in the LPL, we had like a phase where teams just kept falling in for this bait pick, in my opinion, since all the meta ADCs are so long range. Lucian really struggles to 100-0 them, especially with the overheal and BT build being so viable as the first purchase for a lot of these AD carries.
Well, we do say in the LPL, Lucian scales with skill. We'll see if that comes to fruition here for LNG. They're definitely relying on that one. But LGD relying on their stacking game as they get their first dragon of the game here, using that priority from mid, from bot with that double ADC composition. Nicely done.
Looks like LGD has a lot of control over this bottom side, and that's exactly what you want competing against LNG for these major objectives, as Tarzan a little bit behind in tempo where he isn't doing as much, but he is going to hit level 6 after a few more camps, and that's where LNG's composition gets really deadly because Scout, he has that Weaver's Wall available as well.
Yeah, and once they get level 6s, you can obviously get a lot of movement from mid lane, but it's also a lot of lockdown. All you need is one cease and desist, and you have enough burst on your team to take that member out. And so the conversation is LPC or Hai Chao, which one is going to get caught out. We'll see if they actually do stop back here. LPC getting that ignite used on him. We'll have to burn that flash and heal and the exhaust by Jin Zhao.
It does look like LBC is forced to back here and lose out on a wave. But Tarzan, he has finally hit 6 after getting his red buff. And we already see Scout and Tarzan moving towards this bottom side. So I'm going to be really scared as we don't have a flash on this Jinx available anymore. Rest in peace, Jinx. I'm just going to say it now.
It's not looking too good. We'll see if anybody wants to go ahead and reset and go back towards the top side of the map here. Something I haven't seen as much of recently is that kind of immediate swap. We do see the backs coming through for Jin Zhao and Hung with the Rift Herald on top of the map and maybe a little bit of priority from lanes given from LGD. I expect them to try to circle back and get that one. But again, early objective stacking for either of these sides, if you can get a little bit of gold, and especially for Tarzan, getting a Rift Herald on the map somewhere is going to be huge.
Yep, and like you said, this Herald being available on the map, we aren't going to see both supports rotating because I think both ADCs just need their support so dear much.
They're so needy, Kitty.
You're so needy. ADC mains are so needy, but doesn't matter. As we have Giga Chat jungle mains just gonna pod towards that Herald and most likely play for it, since Herald just provides so much gold when you do have something like the Tristana on your team. But we need to say that when the Tristana has something like the Berserker Greaves and also the, I guess, lifesteal item, compared to the Lucidity and Tier Talia, she is going to do tons of damage when it comes to the 2v2.
See a little bit of trade back and forth here in the mid lane. There's actually a plate going over to Hai Chao. That's 2 of them already. Nicely done. But now Tarzan be looking to bounce in between these lanes here, as there actually was a lot of focus from Meteor down bot side yet again. Spotted out by some good ward coverage from LNG, which actually has been saving their skin a little bit this game already. You see Xiaoshu trying to dissuade Zika from doing some proxy farming.
Oh, we have the 2v2.
Cocoon connects. There's the connection. And Scout getting low. First blood to LGD. There's a cease and desist from Tarzan, but the notice has gone unwarranted. And LGD strike first.
That's really nice stuff for this Tristana, getting that first blood into his pockets as well, and also getting this wave in. Does mean Scout is going to miss out on an entire wave, and now he's also down a first blood gold. But this is exactly what we want from a Tristana pick, getting ahead early and having that lane party and linking up so well with your jungler. Really great stuff from the early game of LGD.
You literally just have to connect one Cocoon. Meteor just has to walk around playing a mini game of can I hit the webby web onto the enemy? And there you go. It works out the first time it works. And I especially want to see that continue here. Again, that's that bar of execution LGD are going to need to continue hitting. But it starts well by getting gold for this mid lane to continue bouncing off of. And we'll look at this. Not a sight to see for Scout.
Yeah, he just doesn't spot Meteor walking towards his mid lane, and the Cocoon was perfect where Scout burns the flash, but it doesn't matter too much as Tristana has had so much damage. And with the repel, Tarzan isn't even able to get a return kill. But something that's getting really worrying for the side of LNG is that we saw Jinx burning that flash earlier, but there's not a lot of action coming out of the side of this team composition where Scout is getting consistently pushed in by Tristana.
Oh, that's a flash from LP. Nice bait out against Jin Zhao. Now Jin Zhao, some fried fish here for LNG as Tarzan gets on the board.
Your release isn't here yet. Play it slower, Jin Zhao, but unfortunately he thought his jungler was a lot closer and he did not notice Tarzan sneaking into the bush, and that is going to be a kill into the Vi's hand. So it's not going to be too terrible, but he is going to pick up that Black Cleaver. Maybe it is really terrible, Mizel.
We'll see if it works out for him, because now it's perfect timing. He's completed that item spike, going back out on the map to potentially contest a second dragon here that LGD could be going to stack for. We'll see if that does come out as the way to go, because we still haven't had much focus on this Rift Herald just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you are playing something like the Tahm Kench for this game 1, Mazel, we nailed down how Jin Zhao, he struggles the most when it comes to laning, and you don't need to be playing so aggressive as the Tahm Kench, especially not knowing where the enemy jungle was on the map. And all you have to do is go even, but giving that kill over is going to just do so much for LNG to come back in terms of tempo. But Haichal, having that lane party is going to rotate first.
All right, we obviously see nobody cares about the purple monsters on the Rift. It's all about the winged ones, and now they're coming on LNG here. Big damage, but a save from Jin Zhao. That was actually so big, but nice little seismic toss there is going to be big from Scout. We'll see if they can get the damage down. Everybody's out of cooldowns right now. Nobody can kill anybody.
No one's dead?
No, everybody ran out of cooldowns. They're all just slapping each other like slap fights going on here. The craziest our game, LPL. What the heck?
That is so sad because LGD, they just need one kill for this Jinx to pop off, but they just didn't have enough damage from how early on this game was. The
Black Cleaver was not enough.
The Black Cleaver wasn't enough. I mean, having kills on a Vi, it's nice, but it's not ideal. As we're going to see this replay again, the Cocoon lands onto the support of LNG, but they just didn't have enough damage to finish him off, as we also received a heal onto the Nami from Scout. And this was just a 3v4.
That's so big.
Yeah, and there's just not enough damage as Scout was out of mana for this fight as well, so everyone just gets away with 1 HP.
Scout literally made the difference there. Like, switching over to that heal with the spellbook, that is so clutch. And really, really heads up play from Scout on this new team at LNG, obviously trying to make a name for himself. He definitely has in this spring split already, being a huge piece to the LNG puzzle.
Yeah, I have been loving Scout's performance in this spring split of LPL, but this game 1, Haichal came in prepared with the Tristana pick, so Scout is suffering a little bit when it comes to the early game, as LNG is going to secure the second dragon, which is an Ocean, so it's going to help a little bit when it comes to their trading.
Oh, look at that. They are able to tie up the early stacking here. They actually want to go for some more kills. Jin Zhao gets stopped by the bubble, and you never thought you'd see Catfish die to a water bubble, but there you go.
It's all Haichal because of Flash.
There's the connection of the Cocoon too. LP, maybe he gets out though. Flash from LPC doesn't have the distance here, but he finally gets the kill, and he gets excited for his own right. It is chaos here across the Dragon Pit, as now we're 2-2 between LNG and LGD.
Look, I know that Jin Zhao is playing the Catfish in this game, but I didn't expect something like the Seafood to be absolute bait for LPC to just get a kill 1-for-1 trade, which is going to be onto the Lucians. So this Jinx is now very happy with how the game state is. He really wants this wave pushed in though, because he does not want a frozen wave up against LNG with that flash not being available. But Hung, he's gonna get that freeze. Not really. Oh,
tried to. I expect the back to come through here for LPC because that Gale Force did get completed for LP. So at least you have a little bit of Iron Spike. Maybe they can capitalize on this as the back is going to be completed. LP almost gets caught in transition, but nice heads up play from him there to know that there could be trouble waiting for him, as there's some sneaky spiders in the bushes. Tarzan using this opportunity for the bot side play of LGD to take the Rift Herald.
Yeah, now this Jinx is going to be so well off in terms of that gold department. Another wave into his pockets as well. That is going to get traded by the Herald, as Tarzan has already pretty much completed it. We see Lucian already rotating towards that mid lane, but We said that LGD getting this Jinx pick, if it gets ahead, well, it's going to be so much more value compared to a Lucian pick where you needed that early game advantage.
He really did. And while we kind of meme about the LPL Lucian scaling with skill, I think we've seen a bit of a drop off in that. Now it is about executing, obviously. Now they have their one-item spikes. It's where you get this huge damage potential from the Lucian Nami combo, but it's about LNG using that. You can see they're already pressing up. They're trying to pressure as much as possible against LGD.
I love Hung. He plays Nami like it's a melee support, and he's just roaming with Tarzan for this vision in topside. That's how they do it, and that's why LNG is currently tied for second, but unfortunately that sweeper was just gonna put all the ward that Hung has placed on the map.
What wins? Oh, Meteor wins the fight. Got the chicky nuggies. The spider is hungrier than the human, I guess. I don't know. You're hungry? Well, you know, you should get you something to eat. But speaking of eating, I think we finally see the item spikes, at least first item spikes coming across the board. But for me, it's the double Kraken Slayer right now for LGD on High Chow and LPC, where we were saying, can LP and Hung utilize that power spike here? I'm wondering if we do get a kind of uptick in momentum from LPC and High Chow here as well.
I love this Kraken purchase from LPC on the Jinx because you already have so much protective ability from the Tahm Kench. It really isn't required to buy Gale Force. You just want to Giga Chat and Ego everything and try your best to toss out as much damage before getting caught out or before getting killed. But those resets are going to be so potent for LNG to deal with because they're relatively squishy outside of Zuka.
Now this Rift Herald's got to be going in mid lane. That's why Tarzan's hovering around here. Does go ahead and drop it here. We'll see if LPC and Jin Zhao can respond. Meteor is here as well. Charge should go through. They're going to try to get as much damage on the tower as possible. But LP, again, without that range, really can't afford to step up. The charge goes through, but the tower doesn't fall.
This is a relatively quiet early game from both teams where this Elise is going to get weaker and weaker as the game goes on unless Meteor lands some really nasty cocoons onto the enemy team. But double Kraken, all these team fights is definitely going to hurt.
Oh, wow. See, this is what we were talking about. Nice little gobble up there, but is it enough? Jin Zhao getting burned down. Nice cease and desist under the backline onto Meteor. And LNG are picking apart the fight, pulling Meteor's legs out from him one by one. And High Chow falls under tower. LNG have scooped up LGD's lead and thrown it right back at him.
It was so good for the first 10 minutes, Mazel, and this 4-0 trade destroys LGD's hard work of how they had a gold lead on this Jinx, but one misstep from LPC is gonna make it a 6-2 score, and it was gonna look
Hung
at the
just
replay.
goes, let's go.
Hung just initiates everything on this Nami, doesn't even land it, but his bubbles this game have been on point. Gets the Tahm Kench first, and I believe he lands another one.
That actually is so big. The cease and desist through the ground makes them be pushed apart and get stunned as well. The bubble!
I love good Nami mains. I can appreciate a good Nami, and Hung has been certified from the council.
We're right back on the carousel here. Xiaoshu is pretty tanky already, though, as now it's front and center for LNG's Dragon Take here. LGD trying to put up a fight, saying we cannot give up any more resources.
Yeah, we're seeing the weakness of LGD's composition where in the end it is just the difference between a Tristana and Talia and what they offer in these team compositions. It's really hard for LGD to walk forward.
Tidal wave.
Ultimate.
Dragon does go down to Meteor, but afterwards it's a front to back that LGD want to get out of. The all-out from Zika does need to make him get away, though. Tarzan a little bit low. They're dealing with the zombie Scion right now. He's doing so much damage. And now LNG find themselves on the wrong side of the tracks, though. LGD should retreat to their tower down here as the calling coming through. The Weaver's Wall used by Scout stopped up a little bit, though. Try to flash, try to get something, but can't do it. The cocoon connects, as now LNG should back off of this one, trying to scoop out everything they can.
Look, LGD got the second dragon into their pockets, but LNG playing these team fights so perfectly where they know resets mean everything for this Jinx and Tristana, and they weren't able to pick up a singular kill. 1-for-0 trade. And now we see this composition really struggling in these 5v5s.
They're trying to bait out High Chow here as much as they can. with LP waiting in the wings. But what a swing of gold, I'll just say. LGD were working on like a 2K gold lead a little bit, probably a little bit less than that. But to come back and now have like a 2K gold lead for LNG after that one fight, really good use of resources. And we'll take a look back at what exactly happened in front of the Dragon Pit.
The double Kraken Slayer just melts this as the Elise secures it with her smite, but when LNG is focusing on the 5v5 and Zuka doesn't die here, I think the Jinx was missed, unfortunately. One reset.
I think it hit Tarzan.
It hit Tarzan, but it wasn't onto Zuka, and no resets for this Jinx just means this fight is so hard to win as LNG Scout putting out so much zoning ability, and also LP playing extremely aggressively on this Lucian as he is online now with that RFC.
Hey, we were talking so much about LPC, like, oh, you got the range, you got the Jinx, you're so hyped, like it's gonna be great. LP said, hey guys, shut up. I'm carrying here. I am the ABC right now. And he's working on his third item spike. This guy, an LNG purely developmental piece. And it's about coming into his own here in this split here for LNG and finding that damage-centered profile for them as maybe trying to find Xiaoshu. Weaver's Wall coming across. He's going deep for it. He's going long for the Hail Mary on the Jin Zhao. And LPC falls too. LP striking to the heart of LGD.
And Jin Zhao once again not having the best performance on this Tahm Kench. It just doesn't really suit the identity of Jin Zhao as you always want to be playing so passively as that Tahm Kench, but at least gets caught out.
Oh, beautiful time bubble from Hung as well on the end of the repel. Scout picks up a third kill, and this is Barrett to LNG, while a mid-tower, outer tower at least, falls to Haichao. Get another outer tower responded to by LNG as well.
I like how this game exploded from 18 minutes. Within 4 minutes, this game had went from even to now 5-1s, 3-1s across the board, 4 bounties for LNG, and also a Baron in their pockets now.
Yeah, check the 0 to 60 speed.
But Jin Zhao is separated from the rest of the team, as that Tahm Kench, you need to be sitting behind the carries so you can save your Jinx. But when you're in front of the carries without that flash available, you're going to be dying first, and your ADC is going to be shortly following. But Meteor gets spotted out by Zuka as they do know the Elise was around the side. Yeah, they need to get rid of this Elise. They are taking no chances for a Baron flip. That's really well played from LNG.
And that is the premise here so far, it feels like, of this game. We were asking a lot of questions when we saw LGD bring out a very aggressive comp with the double ADCs, trying to find something that maybe works against LNG. And early game, it looked like they were, pumping along. It looked decent. And then there was the couple mess-ups, the couple overextensions that LNG capitalized on. And that is why they are one of our best teams here in the LPL, because you overstep 1 inch, they take a mile.
I mean, to be fair, I think Hung on this Nami, he's been landing every single bubble onto the enemy team. So it's pretty insane as LGD, they made one misstep on this Jinx and it was all over for them, as we see LNG playing this 1-3-1 composition with this Baron buff available as well. No one's facing off Zuka, so they're gonna get a lot of towers from this one Baron.
Yeah, another one not going down in mid lane. Should be bottom lane falling as well very shortly. There you go. Not able to make some work onto the inhib towers just yet. Don't want to overextend too much. Actually, maybe even trying to find out Haichao, but looks like a renewed push in mid lane to set up for the Dragon.
Look, LNG doesn't want this Dragon. They want to end the game in the next 2 minutes. They're looking for a 5-0 sweep, and they are off to the game 2. Really early night, as LNG, they are not messing around with these leads that they've generated in the early game. But wow, I mean, LNG, we thought they were struggling in that early game, but all it took was one throw from LGD to come back.
Can I just say also, though, that 100% KP for the bottom side of LNG. Honestly impressive for LP and Hung. We'll see Mega Death Rocket blocked by Hung. We'll find it just yet. But really, really cohesive stuff from LNG. And that's something we came into the draft talking about, is really that trio of Tarzan, Scout, and Hung, and playing around LP. And we saw exactly that, right? A lot of focus from Meteor down bottom side. They were unable to find anything. Tarzan kept visiting, kept making sure they were doing just fine. And speaking of, had gotten even advantages for his own right. So I think we're seeing that strength that LNG were supposed to bring to the table on full display now. And a TP from Zika down behind, and a ward in the mid lane, try to find something. But LGD little bit of a head on a swivel moment. We'll make it out.
We have no outer towers for both mid lane and bottom. Oh, you're dead, buddy.
Ooh,
out.
nice little flash. Oh, the Weaver's Wall.
My
Here
feelings
goes
was
Scout.
out.
And a couple rocks to the back of the head. High Chow's down. Should be a continued engage. Cease and assist. Knocked back there on a Meteor. Tries to get out, but the real fight is under tower here as Meteor falls to the flash of Tarzan. Here comes Xiaoshu back into the team. Tries to use unstoppable onslaught, but can't do it. The Mega Death Rocket does nothing. It's just a puff of smoke here as LPC can't even get one back. And LGD fall to pieces in front of the might of LNG.
And I thought I was joking about the 5-0, but I guess I can predict the future because that's exactly what LNG did, taking the dragon and now finishing the game at 26 minutes for LP on this Lucian, looking so potent for this game one.
What a game one for LNG. Gave them a little bit of room to breathe in the first 18 minutes, but after that, it was strictly business. And LNG come out with a 1-0 in this best of 3. And looking at those game scores, we said it is also important to smash out this best of for LNG to finish at that second place if they can over EDG. And that's a great, strong performance to start that off.
Yep, LNG taking no precautions when you're up against a team that is out of the run for playoffs, but it is also going to depend on how EDG does up against TT. As TT, we've known how strong they are from the regular split, so it's a lot of question marks. But from that game one, LNG, they played towards their advantages. They played towards their advantages. They had so many good moments just catching out the enemy team one by one, and definitely one of our best teams in the LPL so far.
And they show why. And big conversation for me going into this one was, can Meteor kind of step up to the moment against Tarzan, one of our best junglers in the whole league? And I'll give him credit. He took the Elise. That's about all the credit that I'll give, though. Because, yes, you looked bot, you looked mid, you didn't find as much as you needed. And at some point, Tarzan comes a knocking, and there ain't no answer. You just got to pay up. And I especially want to see if LGD can bounce back from this one with something a little bit more stable for him, something a little bit more in that kind of bruiser stability category for Meteor. Because again, when Meteor isn't successful for LGD, LGD just aren't successful.
Yeah, but we saw a really good play from Meteor on this Elise where he got the kill onto Scout and he gave the lead towards Haicha on this Tristana. We just needed to see that a couple of more times, but I think LNG, after that first initial play, they were just able to comfortably get to that level 6, and then from then, the teamfight just got so hard because the Tilia only dropping one death doesn't mean too much, and when it does come to what these mid laners offer, the Tilia just has so much zoning ability that stops LPC from walking forward.
LP really showing up for the moment against LPC, as we were kind of talking about earlier. But that gold swing, it was almost 2,000 for LGD, but then that quick swing and an almost 8.5k, 8.6k there in the end for LNG, and really good map control after that first little bit. And that's something we were really highlighting for LNG. And once they get out of lane, it gets so scary. So once they get out of lane early, that's even more terrifying.
Yeah, and we see both 93% for
So
the
close.
Lucian and Nami for the bottom lane of LNGs. They had so much impact in these team fights, but I think LPC played relatively good, flashing over for that kill trade onto LP. But my biggest problem for this game one was definitely Jinjiao on something like Tahm Kench, where it doesn't have the ideal mobility that you want when you are caught out because it's very punishing. Since that W is on a very lengthy cooldown, we definitely saw the weaknesses of Jinjiao for this game one.
We definitely did. We'll see if they can bounce back, get a little bit of that mentality shift for game number 2. We'll send it off to a little break, and we'll be right back.
He's not going to try and build it right now. He was looking for a couple of camps maybe to try and go for that one here. Chun looking for maybe the fight. They're going to say the dragon reset is secure. That's the whole point here for Top Esports. Xingtian steals away the Mega Gnar ultimate. And now they go in on top of Rookie, who does get himself buffed back and go into stasis. There's Bindo on top of On. And they're going to try and get Qingtian down. There's Drag holding down the Galio as well. It's all on Elk to do this damage right now. You've got Tien cosplaying as Galio. Elk is the carry. Elk needs to pop off. Everyone else on the side of BLG has died, but these health bars are so low. Qingtian going forward. He'll die. 1, 2. Oh my god, he got 3. The only reason Qingtian stays alive because he has the bailout. Viper went off to back to his home region to see if he could maybe make something work there, and we're going to see a full engage now happening. Right over the solar flare. Has nowhere to go. He's going to have to flash. They do get the lightning. Cry does fall to get a nice little knockback. But Hoya tries to find something, but he gets knocked immediately. Qingtian was massive in that fight. Now Rookie sealing it over something. Juan Fondo! He's looking for more. 1 goes golden. Maybe one more fight.
Rookie's one
more
shot,
bit of cooldown. 2.
Oh, no.
3. Looking for 4. Gonna be able to secure it. Not gonna be the Quadra, but TT's Juan Fong is massive.
And this is the thing, this is what we were talking about. Elder Dragon is fine to be on the map when you've got this level of control. Dove on a flank, keep your eyes on LP, because Tarzan's already gone. Blink and you miss it, Scout eradicated. LP chased down, cut down. Zika jumps in, but he's got nothing in the tank. And that's it, a pentakill comes through for Han, and a pause. Shala, who happy to be on the front line here. EDG still look like they want this one. Almost gets one shot. Give him the honey fruits. The Comet comes down. Big damage across the team. It nearly finishes off Ala. FPX, they've won this fight without even fighting. Ala falls as the roots come across the team. Leave has to be the carry. Chocho down. Look at the Dragon on the back line. Flames spit across the lineup of EDG. And Care tears Edward Gaming apart. He flies towards victory as Fofo is taken to pieces. The Elder Dragon is on the rift and it's piloted by Care. Ning's in so much trouble. He doesn't know what's happening. Wait a second. They're not looking for Ning. They're going to the mid lane. Forge. Oh no. He hasn't got any clue it's happening. Hex Smash is available. Main over the wall, looks for the hook, the stun is there, the pullback, the knock-up, and the takedown!
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on
too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split. We're in day number 5 of week 10, our last week in the regular season. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Kitty, and we have LGD versus LNG taking place before us, where LNG, they gave LGD a little bit of breathing room to see what they could do early on in the game, but they smashed that game home, taking a 1-0 leap in this best of 3 so far, where we have Hung actually ending up with MVP on the Nami.
Yeah, you talk about breathing room, but this Nami was just chucking water on everyone, especially onto LPC, where he wasn't able to breathe. But only one death and 14 assists. We've been mentioning this. 93 KP on something like the Nami is so impressive, but I just love the performance overall for the bottom lane of LNG, and I think they did extremely well in the team fights, where specifically Hung on this Nami landed so many crucial bubbles onto Jinjiao. But to be fair, when you are playing the Nami versus Tom Kench matchup, once you W in, you're gonna get a bubble to your face. So I don't know what Jinjiao was expecting when it came to these 2v2s in the bottom lane, but we just see this Tom Kench getting consistently killed over and over again. So it was just a very sad fish diff in the bottom lane, but hopefully we get to see a turnaround for the game 2.
Yeah, see if Catfish just is out of the action here. This play, though, I will just say, such a good combo from Tarzan and Scout there. I know it initially was let off there, but the fact that you can use the knock aside from the season assist, oh my god, that bubble from Hung. It was a holistic effort from LNG. I think all of them really have a good moment. This one in particular, though, guessing the rappel down there, huge from Hung.
This guy, he's contesting to be best Nami in the league. I think Crisp is also really good, but I have some mixed opinions now, as Hung just did so well in that game 1. But we need to talk about the Elise now that we're on the topic of this. As Meteor, they were just aiming to get a lead ahead, especially with Tristan in the middle lane, providing so much lane party. But we didn't see that coming into this, in the previous game, because one kill onto Haichao's hand was really good. But ever since then, this Elise was relatively quiet, where we didn't even see any tower dives for LPC on the Jinx and obviously the Tom Kench lane. So
they tried, though. They tried. But it was the bot lane from LNG playing so safely, right? They were pulling off as soon as they were trying, because they continuously were trying to bring Haichao down and get this roam off from mid lane, get a little bit of focus there from Meteor, but they could never get the gank off. And that's why I feel like it's so difficult to kind of crack that egg against LNG. And I'm wondering if they got to change up a little bit of that draft strategy, and especially that jungle matchup.
Yep, the jungle matchup was going to be, is going to be the main focus for me, as we saw the Vi going over to the hands of Tarzan. We said that Lee Sin is a permaban, but I just don't think there are enough bans to go around for this first banning phase. It's just going to be so tough. I mean, you have to just drop it and perhaps play standard. I mean, that is LNG's best advantage, but sometimes it might surprise you with how these champions scale into the late game.
I have appreciated I guess, LGD, but also specifically Meteor's attempts at going aggressive, attempts at giving himself some resources. And if they can find that one-off win, right, that does change a lot of things. But I expect to kind of re-honing in maybe here for the second game while LGD are out of the playoffs. They can still play spoilers to LNG, who are looking for a clean 2-0 here to try to set them up to take the second place over EDG. And I specifically want to see if they can actually have a little bit of bounce back in a game too.
Most definitely. I mean, a surprising element is a part of LPL, and I am not going to be shook at any stage because we have had bottom teams take away 2-0s from the likes of EDG and also LNG, sometimes even JDG. All these G teams are just really, I guess, getting countered by these bottom tier teams. But I'm not going to be surprised if they are able to push it to a 3-game series because I think LPC, he was in his element in lane, and that is going to be very important when it comes to the draft once again.
But I think you've got to find a way to kind of use the essence of that game one for LGD and have a little bit more safety with it. Because if you can have kind of that fight back for 18 minutes, it looks pretty good for LGD. But then you've got to have some buffers that if you overstep one time, you don't just throw your win out the window, right? You need something that can kind of bounce back, something that's resilient. And especially against the tall task like LNG. I'm looking at that bottom lane. I'm looking back at LPC, seeing what they can do to play around him.
Yeah, I mean, this Tom Kench was the key to success for top esports, and they were able to pull it off. But I feel like in the hands of LGD Jinjiao, on something like the Tom Kench, he just doesn't position correctly, where it really made the entire game bleed. Perhaps something like the Thresh or even just the Rakan would have been better because you have a bit of extra mobility, specifically with the Rakan, to escape from sticky situations. We did see the Nautilus getting banned out, which is his second most played, actually first most played, tied with Timerding at 10. So the bottom lane of LNG putting India out of comfort could be their way to victory and a 2-0 for themselves.
I just love that, LP just said, give me the Lucianami, we'll carry, no big deal. And they did just that. I don't know exactly what's going on. The belated champion select, I promise I'm touching the button. I really need to get like a prop that says like the go button, caster button. But we'll hopefully be getting into picks and bans very, very shortly here. But especially when we were looking at those picks and bans, do we get, every time I've spoke about it, my goodness, it's working out. The caster curse is in our favor, everybody. But especially, I think LNG here, are they looking to flex a little bit is my conversation, because while they want to finish out a 2-0 here, obviously, I really want to see if Tarzan's going to be one kind of given the reins this time around, maybe go for one of those more aggressive style picks for him, or if they just try to continue and close this one out the way they have.
Yep, but draft is going to be pretty difficult, especially up against Scout and Tarzan. Maybe you can focus down on LP, as we saw the comfort of that Lucian in the hands of the bottom lane. So perhaps just make this early game a little bit more unplayable for LP and Hung, and you go from there, because Scout and Tarzan, I've mentioned this too many times, but doesn't seem like too much of a viable angle. Oh, it's the exact same bands. Oh, we're gonna get a vibe V1 here. And then can we get a Zaya, please?
That would be pretty hype. Right now, LNG just say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And LGD say, I want the salty run back so far. All right. Well, if you're gonna go out, you go out blazing.
I mean, LNG, they have a lot of options available in this bottom lane. Are we just gonna get another Lucian Nami? I mean, you could
I hope we get a salty run back, honestly.
Zaya into Tristana and Elise is pretty good, as he has so much gap closer. Oh, it's going to be the Zeri. Oh my god, Zeri, Lulu, Lucian Nami. There's no way.
Given overall the meta picks here, everything left on the board, that Zeri locked in should be that Lulu locking in right behind. But something that was banned in the second phase here, they're saying that LNG, we can wait for the second phase for the Lulu. We can go something else. We're going to grab the LeBlanc for Scout here.
Yeah, this LeBlanc has been making her way back into the meta, and from the recent games in LPL, every LeBlanc has had an amazing performance. I believe specifically from Yago, he went like 7, maybe 16 kills with 1 death. Man was struggling to keep BLG in the game, but in the very end, they still won. Paired alongside the Vi, they are going to have so much mobility in these skirmishes. And LGD, I mean, they locked in the Jinx once again. We need Peel for this Jinx. We need to get her out of these sticky situations or we're gonna get a repeat.
It's a LeBlanc vibe though. Like you can't, there's no getting out of that. I'm a bad ADC, but even I know that. And at this point, the fact of the matter is you're facing against Scouts LeBlanc, who is almost at a 70% win rate on the pick in 50 games. And you're looking at an LNG squad who has just come off an incredible mid to late game, and they're gonna look for an early game finish, at least early game snowball here with LP as a little bit of an insurance policy. I like the idea that LGD are saying it was just purely down to execution. We can reach that bar yet again. That first 18 minutes gave us something of promise, but their focus down bot side here for this second phase is going to be Prio, because you get that Rakan, the Lulu band away. Now you get the Nautilus band by LNG. We'll see what their final band is going to be as the Jax also joins the table.
I'm expecting LNG to just pick the Annie away and put that towards bottom lane, and that is going to also provide a lot of setup for Tarzan and Scout to play off. But with the Cassante getting blind for Xiaoshu in that top lane, it is going to be a massive counter for Zika for this game too. Let's see what he decides to go with, because the Gwen is currently getting hovered, but we've seen a lot of Kennen as well in patch 13.5, which a lot of these top laners in the LPL has been enjoying a lot.
Counter pick support is what's on the table right now for LGD. I can appreciate that one, but it is the Gwen lock-in, and it was an instant hover from Zika. So I wonder if this is something he's got cooked up to deal with Xiaoshu's Cassante. But we said Xiaoshu, when he's on that Cassante, looks real nice. See if this is the game that unlocks him the rest of the team. Final pickup here, looking maybe for some engage, looking for some early push and roll. And it's the Leona. So more forward engage here. A lot of lockdown for LNG.
I have a feeling that Jinja is going to lock in the Tahm Kench once again. But to be fair, in this game too, for the bottom lane 2v2, the Leona does struggle a little bit into Tahm Kench when it comes to the laning phase. But I'm not the biggest fan of Jinja playing this Tahm Kench because he just gets exposed for all of his mispositioning in these team fights. And LGD, they have to play a 4v5 when their support gets caught out. But hopefully, you get to see an easier time for this Jinx and Tahm Kench in the bottom lane.
And I just love it for LNG. It is literally picture perfect for what we set up. Tarzan, Scout, Hung, they are the trio. They walk around. Zika LP, we'll see you when we see you. But it is about this trio domineering the entire map when LNG look good. And they have such a strong setup for that. First and foremost, Tarzan, Scout on the Viant and the LeBlanc. But early roams from Hung on the Leona can be so crucial. And I'm really looking for LGD's response here, I guess, on the map. That execution needed for this Elise so early on.
Yep, we are going to have a bit of a different type of matchup for this top lane, which is the only thing that's changed for the side of LGD, as they've decided to double down and just run back with their game 1 composition, where we did see a relatively even early game. I would even say a slight lead on this Jinx, but we saw that when it did come to the 5v5, just the positioning matters so much when you do have the double ADC composition locked in. I'm assuming they're going to go Kraken again, not having the Gale Force available. So if LNG is able to take advantage of these missteps, I mean, Hung is on something even more scary, the Leona. You don't have to land those Qs. You just press Alt and press E and you're stuck.
Yeah, you can just find all the lockdown you could ever possibly look for. But Tarzan at that level 6 mark, Scout at that level, well, any mark after level 3, really. Just looking for that connection in the 2-on-2. But it is about Tarzan putting up a show here as we hit the riff for our game number 2. Can LNG squeak out a 2-0 easy, clean victory over LGD? Will LGD be those underdog spoilers to finish out both teams on their last series of the spring split? We hear those Jaios. Beautifully done.
Oh my god, that was a really nice ward from Scout on the red buff, as we do know Meteor started the red buff in game 1, so that is definitely going to spot out the Elise, and LNG's bottom side is going to be aware of this. But LeBlanc getting locked in for this game too, definitely a big change up from the Talia, as she is able to have so much more mobility and escape from these cocoons that potentially can come from fog. So Meteor, he has to play even better than game 1 to get LGD ahead.
And remember, it was the early focus on mid lane where they were able to get a nice path on a Scout, get an early kill with the cocoon for Haichao, but they weren't able to kind of exceed that lead and put it anywhere else. See if Scout plays a little bit more reserved because of that, but specifically where Meteor wants to focus. We do get that opposite side start for both junglers. I believe last time Meteor started on the top side. This time maybe looking to give a little bit of love towards Xiaoshu.
But what if Meteor just does 2 camps to bot lane, and that is going to be the way to victory? Because we have Vi starting her own blue buff where she is going to be a little bit late for the counter. Could be a viable pick for LGD to really get their game on.
And they need it. Again, we've talked so much about Meteor getting off the ground running, not only on the Elise pick, right? But it's a microcosm of what LGD need as a whole to be successful, because they don't thrive unless Meteor is thriving. I think we've seen really good performances from LPC. We've seen really good individual performances from Xiaoshu on the Casantes, Hai Chao occasionally, but it all stems from Meteor facilitating a lot of those resources out onto the team or through himself. And that is where we've been lacking.
Yeah, a lot of these teams in the LPL, they live and die by the jungle, so Meteor having a very strong impact to the early game, especially locking in this Elise 2 games in a row. But it does seem the Elise is going to slowly clear towards her red buff, potentially looking for a kill on the mid lane, but it is a LeBlanc. She's just going to run away. Well, Tarzan has made his way towards that bottom side, and you want your ADCs to be ahead in this game too.
If they can get anything for LP, that just immediately unlocks Hung to get around the rest of the map as well. So a nice early path from Tarzan to maybe get some of that going, but it looks like we're going to have that reverse in pathing here, as immediately pinging up towards this topside scuttle with no early pressure from Meteor down bot side. LNG realized they've got to be going on topside path. Should go for this scuttle crab.
I'm surprised that Tarzan is going to go back towards his top side, as he perhaps could also play for Zika in this Gwen versus Casante matchup, where if this Gwen gets out of hand, well, you're never going to have any side lane threat onto a champion that goes immune. Because Haichal, even if you jump into his face, you have to jump into a little circle, or you're gonna die if you do that.
You saw Tarzan actually go for his Gromp now. Should lose out on the Scuttle Crab. Meteor does take that one, actually going for the aggression with that level increase here. But it was Meteor trying to get something up there for Xiaoshu, who we've already talked about before. I know you were talking a lot about it, Kitty, is the performances for Xiaoshu on the Kasade look just different.
Oh, it barely missed.
And barely missing that cocoon. Maybe trying to reminisce off of game number 1 a little bit for Meteor.
Did he dodge
Can't find it. Nice path. I believe he dodged it. And Tarzan looks like a menacing predator coming out of the bush here, Kitty.
Oh my god, the vision dodging.
There's no way. They don't have any pings.
Tarzan.
He always does this. This is why he is the newly crowned king of the jungle, Tarzan. He'll get first blood for LNG.
He did it in game 1, and he's doing it in game 2. How does he know every single ward that LGD places? This wave is also slow pushing to Xiaoshu, so he needs his jungler to bail him out here. Well, it's frozen actually. So really good gank from Tarzan. He was even holding onto the Q to stop Xiaoshu from crashing away.
This is the response though.
Oh, it didn't miss.
LP in a little bit of trouble. They got the CC though, and Meteor needs to be a little bit careful, able to dodge out with the repel, but the gank goes wide. They needed this, Kitty.
We didn't get anything but 2 summoners, the Ghost and the Ignite, and LNG is just going to get away scratch-free. Also picking up that wave in bottom as well. So overall dub for the side of LNG, but this game from Tarzan was just so perfectly played. He was holding onto his Q just to predict that dash, but he ended up standing in front. And with Xiaoshu being so low, he just dies as the tower doesn't kill off Tarzan here. And the bottom side with that repeat, with the response gank from Meteor, doesn't get anything either. So this Elise pick is already getting a little bit out-tempoed by Tarzan again.
Hai Chao, a little bit lacking in that level advantage in mid as well. Scouts getting a bit of an advantage there. Meteor will have a little bit of a CS lead in jungle though, at least. We'll see Tarzan maybe trying to make that not as much as possible, as Hung has been unleashed onto the map, and that is where the true terror comes from.
You see Hung, Tarzan is definitely nearby, and Zika is level 6 now.
Meteor, run! Run! Those 8 legs, they can't go fast enough. You can't get up here fast enough either. Xiaoshu dodges out beautifully enough. The cocoon actually goes a little bit wide. Xiaoshu getting lower and lower, but surviving. Here's Jin Zhao. Zika is overextended now. He does have that miss. Gwen is a bit immune, but should be left out to dry. Zeka goes down. Meteor gets the kill. That's a much needed gold for the jungler of LGD.
I really thought Tarzan was going to be the one dying due to Leona dropping the aggro, but it is going to be Zuka falling as the Gwen. Xin Zhao made it in time on this Tahm Kench and was able to save his top laner from getting killed a second time in this game. I mean, the two ADCs are kind of just chilling, but it does allow Xiaoshu in this matchup to breathe just a little bit, but is it going to be enough?
The only time will tell, really, as Xin Zhao still out on that roam. Should be a continuation for both these supports. We'll see how that dive broke down and how LGD actually were able to stop a lot of this aggression going through. Xiaoshu playing it really well.
Yeah, he did play really well as the Glen ultimate did miss onto Xiaoshu, and that was the last bit of damage he needed to kill off this Cassante. Unfortunately, when both of your jungle and support are so low from taking the tower, it is only the Gwen. It is a 1v3 situation, and he falls as a response as well. Elise does pick up the kill, which is relatively nice because she is your only AP source for this game too.
Yeah, it's actually so big, and having a little bit of a CS lead on top of that for Meteor. Now revisiting the mid lane against Scout. Scout still does have that flash, but it's something you want to get burned down. Dragon is on the table, has been for almost 3 minutes now. I'm wondering when we see that turn from this nice little advantage that LGD have. It looks like Meteor just wants to go for aggression.
We're going to spot out Tarzan. He is going to start the red.
They see him.
I chose here first though.
Here comes LNG maybe, looking for the trigger pull.
Pink?
They did. Just making sure, all right? Just making sure they can't get it. Look, see? It worked.
Yeah, for sure. Tarzan is going to...
It's the extra aggression, all right? If you're not double pink warding to show your Chadness, then what are you doing?
I'm sure Beryl will be very happy about the double pink wards getting dropped for that red buff. But that does secure Tarzan level 6, and that does open a lot of windows for LNG to play off now. But Meteor is hovering, but I believe
so
LNG knows.
It's just a mind game. It's like trying to figure out where the pieces go. He didn't get spotted. He didn't get spotted again. Tarzan just does this every time, and he's sneaking over to the bot side. I think Hung might have an angle here. He's not level 6, though. You got to be a little bit careful. Meteor feels like something is up. The flashes come through. Zenith's Blade actually only connects on the Jin Zhao. He should get out of there, but Hung is in some trouble. LP should get some shots out, and Jin Zhao survives just barely with that gray health.
Barely, as the flashes for both supports do get burnt. Tarzan still holding onto his ultimate is going to mean that they are going to start this dragon, with them forcing out this little catfish in the bottom lane. But Tarzan is playing this game so cheekily. Is that even a word? He's a very cheeky jungler, to say the least. It's almost like a little monkey from the Tarzan movie. He just watches every single vision so nicely, where Meteor did sense a game coming towards that bottom lane.
He just knows the path. He knows the vibes.
For sure. Ah!
Oh, hey, both times. I will just say, LPC a little bit earlier. We saw a lot of that last game as well. A little bit late Mega Death Ride. We at least get to see the cool animation go by, so that's always nice. Scout actually stopping Hai Chao's back here, just trying to delay as much as possible. We do have that Rift Herald on the map here for a little while, and now that that dragon is off the table, we have a kind of really off-centered timer, at least for both objectives, if they do take it right now. And looks like Tarzan LP moving up does mean they will.
Yeah, we have quite literally 5 members towards this Herald, as LP has noticed that the bottom lane of LGD has not moved, so they're just going to go back and cash that wave, as LPC is trying to get at least 2 plates here, since LNG did commit a lot towards that top side. The Herald's even not going to even get started.
Yeah, they didn't actually start
it. So I don't know what that macro play was from LNG, as they just lost a bit of minions in this bottom lane.
And you got that caster minion. There you go. It will be a little bit of securing of this wave under tower, but still 2 plates to LPC is pretty big, if I do say so myself, for a Jinx. See if he can actually cast it on that one. We actually see Meteor on his way to wrap around towards mid. Bouncing between this mid and bot side, I think, is the most important thing for Meteor, but finding an in is even more so. We saw what happened last time when they only had that 1 kill to speak of really early on. If they can up the tempo a little bit here as we crest 11 minutes.
I really enjoy what Freak did to the LeBlanc chain. Oh, he's not out!
Oh, that cease and desist connection goes right in Meteor. Meteor switches focus right onto Scout, though. It's split focus, and the Buster Shot not enough. Scout gets a kill for mid lane.
Also the flash burn as well. So that was just very unfortunate as Tarzan was able to manage to get his hands onto this Tristana even after burning the flash. So this Vi doing a lot in this early game. But something that caught me by surprise. Oh, finally caught the 2 pink ones. Well, good for you, LGD. Is Meteor gonna pull this gank off?
Oh, you see, they want more wards, all right? They want some more gold. There's actually a TP coming down from Scout down here, and they want to capitalize. Zenith Blade comes in, Hung tanking up, but there is the Devour from Jin Zhao. Should be getting him out of there. So back to mid for Scout, but an attempted defensive play actually from LNG.
I love how Scout is just willing to commit everything to save this bottom lane from losing a skirmish 2 games in a row. He just TPs to bottom lane and gets nothing. But you know what? Respect. I like team players. Before Haichao died in that middle lane, however, I do want to point out that this LeBlanc is actually higher CS compared to Tristana, and I have been enjoying the change that Freak introduced to this LeBlanc, where her Q refunds mana now if she executes the minions. I think with that now implemented, LeBlanc has had a much better laning phase when it does come to the early game.
Let's see if Scout can, I guess he already has utilized that to his advantage. See if he can continue to do so, as we do have item completions coming out. Tarzan did get his Black Cleaver. We also have the Rift Maker up there for Zika. I wonder if you see a little bit of pressure around here. They have a minute and a half till Dragon, but a little bit of fight around Scuttle Crab potentially brewing here. Specifically looking at what Meteor and LGD can do in the downtimes, because right now it seems like LNG have complete control if objectives get started up. It's really about LGD trying to find something. Meteor getting his backstop yet again. He's got the Black Cleaver spike and they have the CC. Hung with another little bit of set of CC. Meteor can't get out. No! LP shuts him out. And 4 members of LNG show bot lane. There's not much for LGD.
I have no idea where Jin Zhao used his ultimate. I thought Meteor could have lived, but unfortunately this Tahm Kench didn't have that ult available, and Tarzan spots the Elise backing and catches Meteor off guard. With this Elise, you wanted a base? Well, you can base faster now.
Yeah, you get a little bit of a quick back. I hope you don't mind a gray screen with that as well. And now, speaking of, they utilize that power spike so well, realizing they can get the cash out here. I don't even know how they knew that he was there, actually.
I don't think they knew. Tarzan just wanted to loop around like the banana combo, but they just fortunately spotted an Elise packing in the bush, and Hung had that extra move. First move on the Leona and lands a really beautiful ultimate, and also Zenith Blade onto the Elise where she wasn't able to get out, even burning the stopwatch and flash.
Oh my god! Woo! Oh man! Meteor, go ahead and take that back there, King. You gotta regroup and recoup. My goodness, Scout is doing some work here on these squishy members, and that's the beautiful thing for LNG. There are 3 of them, and easy pickings if Scout gets ahead. He already has that 1 kill now. Tarzan was looking for even more aggression back into the Dragon Pit. Should be LNG's 2nd Dragon of the game. Oh, they're not gonna go for it. Got the collapse from LGD.
Collapse from LGD, they're gonna start it themselves actually, but they do spot it from LNG with that pink ward in the pit. You have Kraken available for LPC this time around. No Mythic in mid lane though.
Yeah, Scout's coming with a newly completed Ludens. See if that maybe dissuades LGD. It looks like it has. There's a lot of ping from both teams onto this objective, and I don't think either one of them want to let it go without a fight. Meteor! It's deja vu! Oh my goodness, he gets out with the rappel onto it, but no, guess who's caught out now? The Devour comes through. Meteor gets gunned down by LP. LPC got out at least, but Jin Zhao has been sacrificed to the LNG gods, and that is Dragon number 2 for LNG.
I don't think that bit of the map is LGD side of the jungle. Tarzan has completely claimed that it's free real estate for this Vi and Leona, and Meteor dies a 2nd time in the exact same spot.
That's actually insane, as LP using the jump over the wall beautifully to make sure the Meteor goes down. That 2nd Dragon will activate the Hex Rift here for us, and LNG continuing to put the pedal to the metal here, and Meteor feeling the brunt of that speed.
Yeah, this time around there was a ward that spotted out the Elise, so it wasn't completely blind, but LNG having all these items available, they were just first to the fires. Haichao kind of just stared across the wall while Jin Jiao fell as a response, and it was going to be it is a 2-for-0 trade, and also the Dragon going into Tarzan's hand where he has 100 KP at 16 minutes.
It's actually so incredible, as we've seen now back-to-back games where LNG are just firing on all cylinders, and that's how you want to finish out a season. As we've already said, this is the last series for both these two teams. Very different trajectories. And speaking of trajectories, it's all bot lane for LNG as LP picks up his 3rd kill of the game. They'll see if they can catch Meteor out. Meteor, just don't come here anymore. Just leave. It's not a place for spiders. They have spider traps. Oh my god, it looks like they put in catfish traps too. The exhaust does come through for Jin Jiao. He's still getting taken out of the tower. Another shot from the tower does mean Hung will go out of this one, but the re-engage from Tarzan set up with a spike from LP.
Well, bro, what are you doing? Your ADC is mid lane, and Meteor was nowhere near you, as you just saw Haichao die in Tarzan's hands. Oh my god.
Our observer had to do Scout so dirty right there.
Did he miss a cannon?
He missed both chains. That's what that replay was showing.
No.
Honestly, if Scout hit both of the combos, Meteor was completely dead right there. But our observers love to show him dirty. We will see LNG actually focusing back up towards top side. Meteor is on his way, but it looks like it might not matter. Xiaoshu just kind of giving it up here. All out in. Here comes Meteor with the flash in. All out though. Zika getting low. Meteor wants to get one more. Uses the repel, doesn't have the combos, but finally gets one back. And Meteor gets a 2nd kill for LGD, but what has it wrought? It's a 3rd for Scout.
7 Darkseid stacks onto Scout now, as it was a 1-for-2 trade going towards the side of LNG. Haichao, this Tristan gonna get his 1st tower in the game, but this mid and ADC are way too accelerated for the Jinx to ever smell her 3-item spike.
Got a 3K lead here at 8.5 minutes. And it is nice for that 1st tower to go back to LGD, definitely hampering that lead a little bit more. But it is the Rip Tower now in the pocket of Tarzan. Bases burning here for LGD as another tower on the map will fall. And we'll see if they actually want to try to get down this tier 2 here with Tarzan and Scout now unlocked. This Vi LeBlanc combo is so violently deadly.
Yep,
and
the
there's
Herald is dropped.
the 3rd bodyguard.
I feel like LNG, the support and jungle are just so perfectly synergized together. Scout is playing a little bit disrespectful here. He just W's in and doesn't care.
Trying to play with a little bit of flex of those muscles. Maybe even flexing himself into non-existence as LP. There's a scary spider right behind him, and he's walking straight into the jaws. See if they can get anything. Actually not gonna pull the trigger here. LP playing pretty defensively, realizing there's not a lot of members gone for LGD. Should be a little bit careful here. We did have 2nd item spikes coming across for major carries for LNG. That Shadow Flame completed for Scout, as well as the Runans for LP. So while we were looking at the kind of trio, the kill squad walking around, now those team fights are going to start getting a lot scary, and that's the bread and butter of LNG. They use this trio to find advantages, and then LP is right there like a gunner in the dark to take everybody down in the end game.
Yeah, now that LP is on his Zeri for game 2, 4-0, even stronger compared to game 1. As LGD, they just decided to drop the exact same thing, and the exact same thing is happening once again, even worse, might I add. As they did have that lead in game 1, but this game 2, they're bleeding out of existence, as it's just not gonna work.
It was like a 3K lead, now it's a 5K lead. They're just finding every advantage possible. It was a nice use of that Rift Herald in the crash of the 2nd tier tower up there. Perfectly in time now to get essentially the reset here, bring Scout back down to this dragon fight that's spawning in about 10 seconds and would be a sole point for LNG.
Zuko picks up the Shadow Flame now, and he is making his way towards Dragon. Snip, snip.
You need to take the Snip Snip Express. That Shadow Flame is actually going to be so big to deal with. The only tanks on this team, which are Xiaoshu and Jin Jiao. We'll see the Dragon setup now. What are LGD's win conditions here? Because it's going to be a little bit difficult.
You just have to play front to back. You need LPC to get those resets online. Even Tristana works extremely good with how she can jump everywhere. But All it takes is one kill, and perhaps LGD can flip back into the game. But Tarzan, he's gone!
God, LPC gets sniffed out of existence, and so does LGD. LNG just methodically eviscerate LGD one atom at a time, it feels like, where it's a clean ace. LNG get the dragon, they get everything they came for.
It's 14-2 at 21 minutes. And your main two carries just get instantly popped from the side of LNG. I mean, this game, it is definitely a big... Didn't have time to react. I didn't react to it, so how is LPC gonna react to it?
We gotta see, this is insane. Literally, LPC gets sniped out of the middle of his team.
Q from Scout with an E, and he's gone. Tarzan didn't even make it with that Q, but without your ADC, and obviously the Gwen tipping everyone with that Shadow Flame in hand, there is just no damage from any LGD member, and they aren't able to play up the resets anymore.
And now LNG, 8,000 gold in the lead, looking in this top side of the map, just looking for more picks. His third item has come up for LP now as well. And the Hex Gates will bring them to LGD's doorstep very, very quickly. You can see this is LNG's game plan here. Just continue to look for picks as much as possible. That cease and desist makes it so nice little devour. But Jin Zhao, again, when he does that, leaves himself out. And that's a fried catfish if I've ever seen one. Not going to go down just yet, though. Some rockets, mega death rocket flash out from Tarzan. The Ultra Shock Laser not going to connect. And luckily, Jin Zhao makes it out alive. I do wonder if LNG want to go ahead and pull the trigger on a Baron. Looks like a little bit of pressure from Xiaoshu should make that not a case.
Do you have a lot of vision towards this top side jungle as they do split out Hung, just sitting very quietly waiting for LGD to walk in? No vision on the Baron, however, so Tsuka and LP can just start it 3v5 style.
They say, you want this, come get it. As now all 5 members of LGD are collapsing here. That's a jump in from Haichao, and he should just die because of that big backline access, and Scout finds one. It's LP that finds 2, and Haichao, again, the only one left, is not left for long. Aces aplenty for LNG as they look to take a 2-0 over LGD to finish their season.
LNG looking to secure that second position up against EDG, and what a showing from the mid jungle and ADC of this team. They are very deserving to be in that round 4, and I can see them doing great in the playoffs.
It has all come together for LNG. The trio of Tarzan, Scout, and Hong, they are looking as deadly as ever. And they take a 2-0 over LGD in both teams' final series of the LPL regular season here in spring. And what a way to do it. They are on form, and they are looking terrifying going into playoffs. They've set themselves up beautifully. Now it's just what EDG get done in their next series.
I love this mid lane meta for Scout right now. He just looks so comfortable on whatever champion he's
really
drafted.
Does.
And the enemy ADC for any team that LNG faces just gets evaporated in these team fights. And I'm really excited to see what Scout has in store for us in the playoffs, because LNG looking very stable with their recent performances already.
They really are, and it's about the piece that it was built around. Tarzan really coming into his own last year. Probably the brightest point on the team, right, for LNG in their runs, in their attempted run in summer at least. And now to see that they were able to rebuild around him with some powerhouses in the likes of Scout, right, and the fact that they're able to get so much strength from Zika, bringing back a little bit of that kind of would want to from Zika and seeing that growth from the player himself. But LP and Hong, I feel like have been such an integral piece. If you don't have bot lane in this meta right now, it's so much harder to find a good mid jungle that works, right? We saw that actually be the bane of the existence of LNG last year, and they had some troubles in bot lane, but now, and they're all on the same page. It's looking so damn good, Kitty.
I don't know if this is a hot take, but I'm pretty confident in saying that Tarzan is probably the most consistent jungle that we have so far in the regular split, as he is just doing so well. I'm not sure if it's because Scout is also a really good mid laner, or if he is just getting everything working for LNG, and that just makes everyone shine so well on the entire team, right? we see LP popping off 2 games in a row, the Lucian and the Zeri, and even Zuka, he's so flexible with his champion pool, he's willing to play the tanks or even the carries when he is given that counter matchup.
And he was up like 40 CS or so in that first match, in that first game on the Cassante. So when you give him a little bit of breathing room in the top lane, he'll take it away from you as well. And that's where I think LNG, while maybe not on paper, have some of the biggest names, strongest pieces, but it's when it comes together on the Rift that it gets so terrifying. The conversation becomes what happens when obviously they get set behind, when Tarzan doesn't have as much priority. And I think when you face up against the top teams, that is still the conversation for LNG. But this is the kind of series executed that you should expect and you should see from them, right? Like, this is where if they have a little bit of a lead, they will choke you out and they will not let you play the game any longer. And I think you see that in this lead develop so spikily throughout, all the way to an 11.5k lead, and it was a holistic effort from the entire team.
Yep, everyone did put in a lot, or did contribute a lot towards this win, but just look at the mid lane damage difference as Tristana was picked 2 games in a row for Haichao. Like, we weren't seeing results with this Elise and Tristana where you are that strong 2v2 duo, but you're up against Scout and Tarzan, and if this Tristana doesn't have the lead that she needs in the laning phase, well, you're pretty much just extra food for Scout.
And we saw that actually be the case, and it was crazy because obviously this was the second attempt from LGD to do something a little bit different, but it was really about the way that Tarzan and Co kind of picked apart the team fight from the inside out, it felt like, against LGD. It just felt like they were losing from their guts and it was being exploded forward because it was about focusing the double marksman comp, which when you pick is very difficult to execute and leaves you hanging in a lot of situations. And it was a very bold statement from LGD to try to finish out the season on that. And I think we got to see in game 1 at least some strength from that, right? That first 18 minutes gave LNG a run for their money, but I think LNG refocused and realized what they needed to do to finish out the series, and they did so well.
Yeah, they did extremely good. I mean, Hung on this Luna for the game too. We saw how he is just so amazing when he is given these melee supports, as he just fastens up the tempo alongside Tarzan, and it made Meteor's game impossible to play towards that bottom tri-bush. It was like the bush of death where he died 2 times in a row, and it was just very tragic to be an Elise that
and
day.
Almost a third.
Almost a third, but it became Jin Jiao's death bush for the second half of the game, as this Tahm Kench pick just wasn't working for the side of LGD. I mean, it's nice to experiment as you already are looking at the second split for this 2023 run, so I do like them trying something different, but how much are you willing to give up in this game?
Yeah, and I think obviously the Nami in game number 1 for Hong was also just actually insane. So many crucial bubbles, and it was a moment for LGD to try to step up at the very end of the season, but not the maybe step up they would want, right? They will be done until summer. We'll see you very soon, I'm sure, LGD, but it is now focusing on LNG and what they can do to kind of shore up themselves as they're fighting for those buys, right? They're trying to find out exactly what works for them, and I think you got to see a lot of the common strengths. What they needed to do was finish out a 2-0 here, set them up as best as possible to get that second place, and we got to see that from them. But now it's a question of Tarzan really finding a better increase in his tempo, at least finding ways to be that interactive jungler like we've seen in this series before, but specifically Scout's meta, what's going to happen with Hong as well going into the playoffs, going into best of 5s.
Yep, and with the recent forms of all these top tier teams, I mean, we're going to do a bit of a form check. I think top esports, they've definitely been struggling, but Rookie is refusing to get eliminated from the playoffs.
He's literally the Spider-Man holding the train together.
He's saving the neighborhood, but on the other hand, we have IG, who is struggling as YSKM was sick. It was announced on social media, so Nenny has been subbed in, and they have been looking a little bit more consistent as Nenny is that tank player. But who's going to get that 10th position? We don't know yet, but LNG looking very strong in that second position.
They are indeed, and Tarzan looking particularly strong. Our king of the jungle will earn himself an MVP here in second game on the bye. 2-0-13, almost an 80% KP, but it was the in-between the lines that is what really mattered, and Tarzan's strength as a whole as a jungler, and his pathing, my God, I hope we get some of that in these replays.
Yeah, we don't give enough, it doesn't really show in the a compilation of how well Tarzan pods around these vision wards placed by LGD, as he just catches them off guard every single time. This is the second death that Meteor had, as he was spotted. Oh, it was Jinjiao dying here, but it was going to look like a third death, as the wards were just placed so nicely from LNG, and they took control of this bottom side jungle. And Meteor on this Elise struggling a lot to do the exact same, or have the exact same effect as Tarzan, but I'm pretty surprised that they gave the Vi 2 games in a row.
Oh, this one so deadly
really
there
hurt.
from Scout, and just the access to the rest of the team. The Wombo combo set up as well from LNG and from Tarzan particularly. Really impressive series from him. And just that continuation of what has been a glow up split from him, where it feels like he was already glowing. He's glowing even brighter now.
It's something in the skincare for sure, Mazel.
It absolutely is. Now we're going to step away and take a little break. While we do, make sure you stop away, get some refreshments, get ready for our second series as we have TT versus EDG. Don't you go anywhere.
네. 킹겐 아래쪽. 근데 여기서 젠지도 배리어가 없거든요. 이게 보면만 해서 구도가. 지금 케넨이. 네. 그리고 저 토라. 킹. 그러면서 이거는 tos다. 아이고 돌아갔어요. 이러면 아니 토라가스가 미쳤는데요. 케넨은 위험. 절타. 안타깝. 이제 끝나버립니다.
就要开动了，周彤在旁边，这边被卡塔打了一套一闪，炸得不错，炸回来的是一个狐狸这边秒掉了，甚至连金身都没有看出来。阿体云交了一个金身，但是 Light 非常能打，Light 一马当先，吹了3个，打出来全都吹回来了。泽利拿了一波4杀，都让开，差一个，闪击，来说他有点难跑的，5杀了。
Maybe they can walk in now on the carries. Not really sure why, but
Boogie's coming. He wants the W in.
Yeah, FlyQuest is taking their time with this. They don't want to flip it. They just want to go for the fight instead. Boogie's in the back line, finding Cyclone on multiple targets, but is it enough? He's not doing any real damage. Boogie gets back away, but now they got to be concerned about Hogster. He's very low. Turtle's very low. Prince goes over the wall. Prince goes in, and Turtle goes down. Prince is ready. He's got a double kill in the series. Make it a triple. Make it a quadra. Independent kill for Prince. He does it again, and that is all she wrote.
다시 때리고 있는 젠지 스키샷 싸움 처음에 들어갔고요. 장고 이래기 Tá vindo o DP, mas ele levou a torre. Já é uma conquista pra equipe da Red. Olha o Aegis, ele quer chegar. Ai, se ele vai! Ai, ele vai! Acerta! O time inteiro! Nunca duvide da Red!
Risk anything. I think they might. Adam has teleport though. He is going to go in for the flank. They're going for the team fight. Okay, they need to burst this one down. They need to decide right now what they're going to do. And it looks like the call is they found Crownies. Mickey going to try to disengage as much as he can. Hanzama now going to be in trouble, but it might not matter. Crownie getting pushed back. Caps able to find the angle, but can BDS take the fight? The Dragon still standing. 4K leashed in favor of G2 for now as it auto attacks Adam, and Yike going in, standing tall and finding the angle. G2 taking the fight. A gorgeous team fight from G2 right there. Broken Blade now chasing down Nuke as well. There's nowhere for this Akali to go. It's the solo kill.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom
With you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You Tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ビールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got.
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split, and welcome to beautiful Shanghai as we're in our second series of the night. It is TT versus EDG, and I am Mazel. I'm joined by Kitty once again, and we have ourselves what would be a late season banger as TT have really risen to the occasion, but this is an opportunity for EDG to really secure themselves.
Especially with LNG picking up that series win. I mean, EDG definitely sweating some bullets because their opponent isn't going to be as, I would say, swift, because it is TT, and TT has definitely upset some of these top-tier teams like Weibo and also Top Esports. So I'm excited for this next up-and-coming series, Mazel.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Obviously, this is EDG's last series of the split. TT still have another series after this one, finishing the season strong against AL. And what a way it would be to take down EDG, then take down AL to finish it off. Obviously, you have a little bit of momentum going into the playoffs, where I think EDG are a team that you're probably not going to find a lot of that momentum off of. They have been so strong, and it's been about the flexibility they have brought to the table across the board, really, and all really coming into his own with that combination of the trio and top side of the map.
I mean, you talk about the whole morale for EDG. They were quite literally on a 7-game win streak before their unexpected loss up against FPX, where I believe that game we had a 15-1 ASO incident for Cat, and that champion just 200-yeared onto EDG in a 40-minute game.
Yeah, brought a galaxy upon them, I guess. But it's going to be an interesting occasion when I feel like you obviously are talking a lot about the holistic efforts for EDG. On the other side, it's been some extremely bright personal moments for a lot of the members of TT, right? Hoya has gone up against some of our best top laners, found solo kills in his respective matchups. Yucal, he has literally been carrying games for TT if he can find advantages mid lane with Beichuan actually helping out with that duo. But Huanfeng in their last series had a pop-up of his own, a guy that I had been wondering, where is this late season push? Where's the veterancy coming out of this team? You'll love to see that you get these kind of bright moments, but now is where it needs to all come together.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, talking about Huanfeng, I think he often gets overshadowed. Aw, TT, that is such an adorable pose.
It's his classic,
I know, it's adorable. I wonder if that has like something to do with the brand building of TTS on the top. But back to the point of Huanfeng, as I think he often gets overshadowed by the other explosive ADCs we have in the LPL. But we have to remember that he is still a world finalist himself back in the days. So a lot of these games for the start of TT, they had a huge emphasis playing towards Yucal, playing towards that top side, but Huanfeng was often relegated towards that AP champion like the Ziggs or even Veigar sometimes, which could be considered in the current meta. But I think he has been popping off. Once he's been given something like the Aphelios, the Zeri, he is still proving to everyone that he's still got it. And today up against Leave, I'm not too sure because these two ADCs have been just doing amazing for the past 2 weeks.
Oh, leave. My favorite part of EDG. Wow, I love that Allah has found a new home. Speak of the man himself there. JJ has obviously still been so strong. Interesting to see the adaptation we've seen from Fofo in this split, and Mako obviously has been there for so long. But Leave, man. Leave. The way that we've seen this guy grow into his role, grow into his position on this extremely prestigious organization has been incredible, to say the least. I think getting to see a moment against Juan Foxy get a little bit of a momentum swing. I really want to see what these 2v2s have to offer with us tonight.
I mean, Leave, the amount of hype that's been surrounding this name in the LPL, I think it's all very deserved because he just fits so well in the current meta, paired alongside Mako for his support, where I think he is one of the most stable enchanters that we have in the LPL. Leave is just able to pop off on the Zeri, the Aphelios, or even sometimes the Lucian, and he just looks so in their element every single game, where EDG, it's Fofo and Jieji and Ala, they are stable names in this league, but I think with Leave stepping up as that rookie or even new player to the roster, it has relieved a lot of pressure from these remaining 3 names.
Now, I will say there is a little bit of pressure, though, tonight, especially for EDG. Now, I did finally get confirmation. If they 2-0 tonight, they will secure that second place for the regular season. They will secure that late bye there. So a little bit more onus to clean up a 2-0 here and use those strengths. We've seen them grow over the entire split, right? It started off being a little bit interesting at this bot lane. There were always great horizons for EDG, but it has been that, you know, slow and steady build up for this monstrous Titan that we now see in front of us, and that big streak you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I mean, no one really expected EDG to have a 7-game win streak. We have so many names in the LPL, but it was a very pleasant surprise because I think EDG, their strongest characteristic as a team is their team fighting, and that is just credits to Leave and how he positions in every single fight. Of course, Jieji and Mako synergizing extremely well together as they're always able to look out for their carries in these fights. But with the man Ala on your screen right now, I do want to mention him about how he's having a lot of fun in that top lane, especially when Kennen is something that is very blindable in patch 13.5, as he has received a slight buff to his laning phase and how much dominance he's able to show in that early game.
Yeah.
It's going to be really interesting because Ala is not afraid of coming up with weird picks, even like the Akali and the Vladimir for this game.
It's awesome to see kind of how he brings his own spiels into everything, but especially he is known for those insane setups in the miracle runs for LNG, the almost miracle run last year, those insane flanks, the spicy picks, and it's been really, really nice to see him find his own home on a EDG, right? In a place that had been held by Flandre for so long in that same style there for EDG. We've now seen Ale really get his own say in a lot of the team comps, a lot of the team fights as well. So it's been growing. Again, I feel like that's been the story for EDG this entire season. And obviously coming to their last game, it's nice to highlight a little bit of that growth across the board. But I think you obviously have to look at what makes all the gears work on EDG, and it is those standouts in JJ and Mako that they built around after this that last split, and losing some of those core members, obviously Viper leaving, Scout leaving, pieces Flandre leaving as well.
I think Leave replacing such a big name like Viper, who has gone to the LCK, is doing amazing. But I'm so sorry, Mazel. You were spilling out so much beautiful narrative, but I was just focusing on the really cute fan signs in the crowd.
They're always so good.
One of them said, EDG, please buy GA, pray, pray, pray emoji. What does that mean?
Well, I hope they buy GA. I probably was supposed to call out there. But we do have TT on the blue side for our game number 1 of this best of 3. It will be banning away the Lee Sin and the Jace, while EDG on the red side, it will ban the Vi and the Cassante.
So a lot of these bottom laners are going to be up and open for the side of TT2 first. And that really goes back to the question if Fanfan prefers the Zeri or the Aphelios more, because I personally think Huanfeng is a lot better on the Aphelios. He has the setup, and also Yao with that flexible support champion pool. They're able to play through the bottom lane and look for those leads in the 2v2, while EDG, their bottom lane, it's more one-dimensional. They just lock in a hyper carry, and then Mako plays the enchanter, and hopefully they get their items online and play for those huge 5v5 team fights when it comes to these major objectives, as the LeBlanc also gets taken off, so a lot of these mid laners are going to get targeted for Fofo.
And I can actually appreciate that, because I think Fofo has been an unsung hero, I guess maybe a sung hero for EDG in this season. It took a little bit for him to get obviously locked into the roster and really locked into his playstyle, but it's been really nice. He's going to have a tall test. Again, UCal has been insane for TT. He has not only just been a very flexible mid laner, he is hard carrying on the likes of like the Tristanas, going melee mids, looking for these kind of innovative picks as well himself. Classic picks for UCal. We'll see this early priority, at least for Beituan, on the Sejuani. So a little bit of facilitation, some early game say on the map, but it is the EDG lock-in of the Elise that sets both for Jie.
It's been very popular for tonight. 3 games in a row, Mazel, but we haven't seen this combo doing too hot in that first series. But hopefully in the hands of Jie and Fofo, they are able to play towards those early game strengths, as TT now know that this is going to be perhaps a Tristana mid. We don't see too many Tristana ADCs. So what is Yuhao going to respond with, as he has that Cassio available in his pockets? Since the Sejuani has been locked in, they perhaps need to look for the AP mid laners to make up for that lack of magic damage.
That is something that we have not seen let off in the bans, at least thus far, and it is the Jax and the Veigar double lock-in for TT. So love some late game insurance for UCal, but also some split lane and priority for Hoya.
I like this Veigar pick. I feel like Veigar isn't getting picked enough in the LPL, as he just has so much crowd control when it does come to these major objective fights. Paired alongside the Sejuani, there isn't going to be too much damage, but as long as UCal is able to get those stacks online, I mean, ADC who, you just press the outplay button, but the Kennen is going to get locked in for the side of Ala. We were talking about this before the game. He is loving the current meta and how Kennen is blindable into every champion, but now in this case into a Jax, where I see this Kennen taking over the game.
But this is something that TT definitely thought about, I guess, or I would hope they would think about going to this, because typically Kennen is very good in the Jax, and I'm really interested what they're going to try to do to upend that to some extent, and especially Ala getting one of his classic champions, and that really gets those setups for the likes of JJ on this Elise to really get something going. So phase 2 bans, particularly interested with what TT are going to be focusing down here, but it is that Lucian band from EDG. It's actually the Thresh from TT.
Interesting. Mako has not played a single Thresh game so far, so it must have been some details from the scrims out of EDG, but Huanfeng for this game 1 really needs to make up for the lack of damage that TT has locked in for their top side already, so I'm expecting a hyper carry, but EDG has picked onto this, and they are going to ban up most of the carries that Huanfeng is most comfortable on. That is a lie, because they think this is going to be a Veigar ADC, which we've also seen in the LCS.
That would be a nice little bit of flexibility for TT, because you would actually be able to hamper some of the wants, I guess, for EDG. But I do like that renewed focus for EDG to try to get some of that away. Obviously, a very big comfort pick has been the Yone, has been the Tristana for UCal. They take on a ban away the Yone. Now it is the Cho'Gath ban by TT.
Wow, they're expecting a Cho'Gath center bot lane or something. TT is cooking up something. But it is going to be the Aphelios lock-in for Leave, as he is going to perhaps look for the Nautilus as that last support counter pick. But of course, TT needs to blind their support in this phase. Right now, I think it's just going to be something like the Zeri Lulu lock-in, unfortunately, and responded with the Nautilus. But EDG having a lot of engage opportunities for this early skirmish, is looking very aggressive so far.
And that's exactly what I love to see. And guess what's been left up on the table? It is the lovers duo. Xayah Rakan still here, and TT scooped that one up real quick.
It is going to be the Renata hover. I do like the Xayah. The Xayah, however, really play forward though. But TT's composition, you have so much zoning if EDG mispositions once without that flash, I mean, I'm looking at Leave. He has locked in the Aphelios for this game 1. Man's dead in like the matter of seconds because he has just so much follow-up CC plus engage from the Sejuani and also Rakan. Even Veigar, where it is going to be really tough, but they are going to lock in the Renata
Actually,
hopefully with the bailout to kill everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I think we've seen some really impressive hostile takeovers, and especially I'm very excited to see what Mako can do with it here, because you can utilize that as a lot of distraction for Ala. And I think the biggest pieces to the puzzle are going to be back to Ala, JJ, and Fofo. This trio really finding something. Leave will be available and something to think about a little bit later on. But I'm really interested how they use these pieces in the team fights, because we saw what happened when an Elise did not get resources in last series. Now, this is a step up. This is JJ's Elise. This is something where they can find a way to play around. They can absolutely get a snowball going, but TT have a lot of stability on their side.
Yeah, this is a really interesting draft from TT, since if we take a look, there's just no frontline / tanks for the side of this TT game 1, but they do have a lot of damage, where if they do play towards that 1-3-1 where Tristana does excel at taking side towers, maybe that's an angle just through macro, but Leave needs to take cleanse this game, king up against something like the Rakan, the Veigar, the Sejuani. One misstep and you are out of the fight. But it's going to be really tough if Leave plays it perfectly, which he has been showing a lot of potential in the recent games. Perhaps it's playable, but without a front line, I don't see these happy carries doing too well.
Very true, but we're getting our second best of 3 of the night. If EDG win 2-0 tonight only, they will be securing our second seed in the LPL playoffs. TT, while they're just vying for a little bit of positioning, can play spoiler with just 1 win. Some aggression from EDG's side will help them get this game 1 under tow, as it's versus EDG. Gotta love it. Oh my god, it's so cool! Oh wait, can we just keep that one up, please? Oh,
keep it in the bottom corner.
Just leave it there. I really, one day I'm gonna get my hands on an LED sign. One day. We saw a little bit of vision game here placed down by TT needed against JJ on the Elise, who's gonna be looking for a very proactive early start of the game. EDG probably looking for a little bit of their own vision. I think this is super important to see where the starts are going to be for both sides. Looks like JJ should be fine starting on this top side of the map. And it actually looks like we have double 100 games in the LPL for TT happening with this game right now. UCal and Beichuan.
That is an adorable achievement to make together. And hopefully they get to win their 100th game in the LPL, because this composition is looking relatively traditional because you have a lot of engage and also disengage, to be fair. But my eyes are definitely on this top lane, the Kennen vs Jax matchup, where we see Ala taking the Aerie, so he's going to just take short trades with the autos. And Jie can honestly just walk towards that top lane and make Hoya have a very bad experience for this game 1.
Yeah, I could expect a very quick wraparound from JJ up towards this top side. We'll see some vision actually put down from Hoya, but this matchup is not going to go good until late, even for Hoya. And even then, it's about what you can do in the side lane, maybe even get some influence about man-marking Ala, because that is the big focus right now for EDG, how they come together in those team fights around those objectives especially. But it is maybe even that wraparound gank like we were talking about for JJ, focusing this top side of the map.
It's a ward. Spots out JJ most likely as he is walking towards there and get sweeped out. But if this Jax is too blind, I mean, it's going to be really tough.
It's a path towards top for Beichuan. They're going to meet.
They are going to meet, and the wards, once again, Jax is pushed down the tower, though he can't rotate, and I don't think Sejuani wins the 1v1.
And there's movement from Fofo possible. All right, Beichuan actually just going for the momentum onto Fofo. They want to try to wrap around UCal, trying to bait out as much as possible. Fofo didn't expect it, but he did have the rocket jump, and that's beautifully done.
Really good buffer from Fofo, and now JJ also sitting on 2 buffs.
Oh, that feels so bad. Is he gonna catch
him out, coming back into his own jungle? What is JJ doing?
No, there's no way that Beichuan knows that, or that comes back into this. He knows that this is gone. He's gonna try to contest a little bit here. And that should just be a 3-quadrant clear for JJ, unless I guess it's base one can get across quickly, but the scuttle crab should be that focus for him.
So we see Sejuani making towards this bottom side. Is she gonna get blue? Because we have a lot of push from the bottom lane of EDG. He won't get the blue buff, so he's just gonna get triple buffed by JJ in this game one, which is gonna hurt H1 so much in terms of experience. Mako!
A little bit of vision. A little bit of vision.
Check out the blue. There's gonna be a ward, so can't take the blue, take a ward instead.
Take what you can get there, but a little bit of division, at least movement from EDG, dissuading any type of invade there. We'll see the quick walk across the map here from JJ. So he's just looking for a full clear at this point to finish up and get a nice back with a lot of gold.
Yeah, Mazel, we need to also notice that Hoya has been so poked out of lane, he's forced to burn the TP back to top lane, only coming back with a refillable pot and boots. So Ala showing a lot of extra this matchup.
Oh, not enough to get the roots there. Not enough feathers on the ground. Ala getting aggressed on now with Hoya wanting to go for a counter-strike combo. Does get a decent amount of damage back with the poke on the backside where you got to worry about it. Actually, interesting. JJ went for a bit of aggression onto Beichuan, but actually now turning back to get that full clear of his side.
Relatively quiet, but not so quiet early game. I mean, there's a lot of action happening, but no one's dying, right? Yeah, that's exactly how you would describe it, as JJ is just trying to clear out all the wards that is in his bottom side. But I feel like JJ, he's gonna just burn some flashes towards the bottom side of TT. Yaya doesn't have that cleanse, and he's still very squishy. So perhaps that could be an angle, as you do want your ADCs to be extremely ahead.
Oh my god, Ala just gets such heavy trades into Hoya here. Doesn't have anything to help him here. Nobody's coming to help you, Hoya.
Oh my lord.
It's just a couple more trades, and this is what we feared of. And I understand the pick was on the table, and you know, it never gets left up, so you want to grab it, but Ala was ready for this.
This is why you don't blind the Jax into Ala. He has the cannon available. He has the Vladimir.
Literally one of our best cannons.
Yeah, this wave is going to get frozen for however long until Beichuan decides to bail Hoya out, as he's just going to go even further down in CS, forced by that null magic mantle as well. It's looking really tough. There's a slight gold lead already, and it's in the hands of the cannon.
And the most terrifying thing is when you watched highlight reels of LNG last year in both their runs, their miracle run in spring, but their attempted run in the summer before that, or their attempted run in summer of last year, it was so many times Ala finding flanks, finding big highlight moments, and shutting down teams in 5v5s. In fact, he's got a little bit of a lead now with control on the top side. I want to see how they utilize this, and with that, all that focus can go towards mid, towards bot for EDG, and it leads to the first dragon for them.
Yeah, JJ picks up the first dragon, and I expect Beichuan to help Hoya out just a little bit, help him out, clear out this minion, because he's currently down 30 CS, even a kill.
He's got slicing maelstrom. They both don't have level 6. He'll try and get out with that stun. He's able to for just a moment. Beichuan flashing there.
Flash for flash, not too bad, but now this wave is going to be most likely frozen for the side of TT, and now they know that because Ala doesn't have that flash available. Koku jumping in.
Taking that aggressive stance, a little bit of anxiety in between the walls, but does so nicely. And get some damage actually back onto Yukao. Now we see JJ back to focusing on top side of the map. Should just be going for the clear.
I don't know, Mazel. I mean, this top side, it's just looking really sad for this Jax so far, because this area is putting in so much work, and Beichuan not level 6 yet, and this is a result of JJ getting that lead early on, triple buffing the Sejuani, and you just need the follow-up from that ultimate as you are the Sejuani to kill Ala. JJ is going to get spotted by a ward though.
Will he?
Oh! No, he won't. So sneaky!
Yeah, he didn't want to go for the gate. A little bit of a tower action against Jax, maybe not giving Hoya an in back into this one. We do have Rift Herald spawning up on the board here, and with this priority in top side, you expect EDG to utilize that. There's been no move from bottom side just yet, but I see a lot of vision set up for EDG around this mid lane to make sure they can kind of push and move where they need to.
Bowling game is relatively even for the 2v2 so far, but JJ getting his hands onto the Herald as well. In the end, it is just the amount of lane parity that Ala generate in this Kennen vs Jax matchup, which allows JJ to get both the first dragon and now starting the Herald, where if this gets dropped top lane, Ala on this Kennen, we said that EDG, they don't have a front line, but how are you going to survive a Kennen that's just going to pop you when it comes to a flank?
Ala is so close to having Slicing Maelstrom. I think if he has it there, he kills Hoya, but Hoya trying to use these moments to get some poke back into Ala. There is the Rift Herald taken. JJ holding top side. Beichuan actually coming around to see if he can spot out the spider in the bushes. But JJ is already here. Beichuan, you have no way to know. And there's the cocoon that lands. Pretty tanky though. Beichuan should be able to get over. But Ala now has the Slicing Maelstrom. And they just pick out Beichuan. Who they going to give it to? It's Ala who gets a kill. And first blood for EDG.
We see Beichuan doing the exact same thing that we saw from game 1 in that first series, trying to dodge out the vision that could have been planted in the river, but you just jumped into 2 people from the side of EDG, even Mako making his way up towards this Herald. I mean, there was no objective. I'm not too sure why Mako was top lane. Maybe just for a tower dive onto Hoya or a kill onto this Jax. It works out in the end.
I like the attempt though. Beichuan just not able to utilize some of the vision that they had. Now in mid lane, UCal having to burn that hill, getting dragged out. It should go down. Fofo gets the kill. Leave. Play 2 bot lane as well. And there's nothing giving for TT here.
Mako is just making all these illegal roams on the map, getting a kill mid lane, and Leaf doesn't die in a 1v2 situation with Yaya burns both sums and the ultimate. EDG playing this early game perfectly so far.
Counter strike coming through. Hoya popping the Grandmasters as now you get a little bit of damage back to. Let's have Slicing Maelstrom back up. He can get some poke back down, but I just want to go back. I saw Beichuan before we went into that kind of graphic. He was very frustrated, and I can understand, right? You think you have a little bit of vision, you think you have a little bit of fun, you aren't able to pull it off. We'll see exactly that flash down there in your bottom right. Huge stuff from Leave as well, but I love that TT are trying, right? They're pushing the buttons of EDG as much as possible, and now they're visiting back this top side as JJ is coming up here as a firefighter trying to save the day.
Well, it doesn't have that
I don't know if they can do this. This is a big combo. They can't. The cocoon lands, and there's so much CC. They do get one back, but Hoya so low. I don't know if he's getting out of this one alive as the Spider's Fang still a hit. He does have the leap strike in there. He's out of there. Mako is on one of those roams. He did get almost caught, but actually not going to capitalize is TT. They do get one back. Is Fofo going on the against UCal.
You see Beichuan still trying to get Hoya back into the game now with 30 CS differential as the Herald is going to get dropped in for this Tristana mid, but all TT has to do is not bleed immensely in this early game outside of the Jax where he is struggling in this matchup. To be honest, the bottom side of TT, other than Yuka getting gamed from Mako, was doing pretty good, but Hoya and the amount of gold difference from this top in jungle is getting a little bit too big, Mazal.
Yeah, it really is. It's starting to grow even further, that 30 CS lead, but also those 3 plates just going over to Fofo right there. I do wonder if EDG just kind of turned the tempo up here. They have so much strength around this mid lane now. They could go for a second dragon. They could try to get some more of this stacking going. Beichuan looking for something. That has been his moniker so far in this game, but they've not found as much as maybe they were looking for.
I'm really scared. I see the soul foods for both the top laner and the jungle of EDG. And I just already know that someone's going to get popped in the team fight later on in this game. But the second dragon also going to hands of EDG. They are playing around these objectives perfectly as they just have so much lane control on both sides of the map. And how many objectives can you give over as a side of TT until you start contesting with the Veigar cage, with the Sejuani, or even Yaya with that follow-up?
Backs having coming through for EDG, at least Leave actually sticking around. But I love that Beichuan was actually trying to look for something bot lane for a change. We will be getting item spikes here though, Kitty, as we have the Berserker's Greaves and the Gale Force completed for Huanfeng. That Roa for UCal starting to stack up there. As we'll see if Leave is able to also complete his on the way back. And it does look like that Gale Force is there for Leave.
Mako's back top lane.
Mako's just walking around making sure everybody's okay, all right? He's got his travel bag and he's just, having a good time.
Yeah, most definitely. Mako just getting so much done on the map as an enchanter, even more than the Rakan, if I must say so myself. I think if Yaya isn't going to pull off a successful 1v2 gank in the bottom lane, Relief is going to have that cleanse available very soon. I think he should start synergizing with the Sejuani and get stuff done with your jungler. We don't see too much success.
Isn't Renata's whole thing about being like a potion seller or something like that? I know the ability's loyalty program or whatever. That's like all about like business deals, trades. Maybe he's just making sure that everybody's checking in on their loyalty program. All right, all the EDG members are subscribing here.
Yeah, we can definitely see Mako.
That went out on a limb for that one, but you know.
Yeah, Mako is just trying to generate some stonks in terms of business, but this top lane tower, half HP already. I believe Ala picked up 2 plates by himself, and of course the mid lane picked up 3 plates in these solo lanes. They're really struggling to find any angles onto the enemy team, where I think with these objectives also going to the hands of EDG, you are just bleeding a little bit too much, and we see an obvious gap in terms of the proactiveness between the two junglers.
He wanted that one. He thought about it for a second. He had the slicing maelstrom available.
For this?
Yeah, I mean, you get the tower for it.
Oh, he's not playing around.
The back does not complete fast enough.
He's speed running these tower macros. Jesus Christ. I mean, Herald is online now.
40 CS, an entire turret as well. First tower of the game. TT just looking for scraps at this point, but it is a nice scrap. It's a purple one. It's a Rift Bait fun.
Too bad because Ala doesn't have that TP to come back, but the Protobell now picked up for this cannon.
It's got the Hex Gates though.
Having the flash available. I don't think it's going to be a contest because we have both laners staying in this bottom side as we are once again struggling to protect anything when it does come to a tower. He's just getting shut down so well from the side of EDG so far.
Hoya realizes there's trouble, but beautiful connect. Not able to follow it up. It is still a Jax. But EDG flexing a little bit on the bottom side, not able to get the tower in the end. Rift Herald is popped top side. Yukao should get this gold.
It does seem like EDG isn't going to defend this as the bottom tier 1 has been picked up by Leave. As we'll have the affiliates rotating towards that mid lane, and your next focus is definitely going to be the mid tier 1. But if your map is completely open, how are you going to face check into a Kennen and a Elise? It's going to be a nightmare for the side of TT. And with this dragon spawning in 1 minute, they don't have control of this bottom side jungle.
All right, Shelly gets a second charge. Not too shabby there. We get a little bit of something. We did get full item completions, obviously, beside Mako for EDG. Looking at that Night Harvester for JJ, a lot of strength coming out in this poke with the Kraken Slayer there as well for Fofo. So now that we see Leave Mako in the mid lane, grabbing him actually connects there. Beichuan looking, but EDG collapsing. Luckily, TT have a decent amount of movement speed. Trying to get in there, trying to put the baby cage down, is able to catch Mako in it, at least in the center. That's not how the baby cage works, and we'll see a little bit of poke going back and forth. TT actually able to get some damage down.
So I feel like TT is just struggling to pull the trigger. All you have to do is just throw out that Sejuani ultimate onto JJ, flash ult where he isn't able to react to it, and that is a critical use. But we don't see too much proactiveness or aggression just quite yet. But this next dragon is going to be complete bloodshed. Ala does have an angle at the back though.
Yeah, he's gone for the long con flank, and this is exactly what he's always looking for. See if TT can man mark him. That's the biggest conversation. Hoya has found him out. Should see that positioning not going to be to the advantage of Ala so far. And we'll see if they go through with this. Ala should be looking for another flank on the other side, because maybe it won't work. Maybe Hoya is going to take the Hex Gate, though. This might be a little trouble. Mako. There's Ala getting a lot of damage onto Hoya himself. The event horizon has been used. JJ gonna repel. Hoya jumps back over the wall, and man, do we have just a standstill here. Ala just jumping between the Hex Gates over and over again. Trying to figure out what side works. Oh, Mako, there's the hostile takeover ready to go. There it comes over the wall. It only connects on the 2. They go for the dragon. It is secured by JJ. And that's what they came for, so they should be able to get out of this one. There goes Yao Yao with a double engage, double counter strike. And they're trying to get the back line. They don't have any more damage. JJ gets out of the flash, and Ala comes through clutch, but the Feather Storm is able to get the kill for Huanfeng. And you got such heavy trades. The dragon secured, but it's 1-for-1.
It's 1-for-1, and it's sole point for EDG now. They will gladly take that trade as they don't lose anything else. I mean, Alice didn't even have a bounty, but TT had to burn so many flashes to make that engage work, and they were just waiting for such a long time where Renata ends up being the one to engage the fight, and they just finished off this dragon with no problem at all. My eyes were just on Ala this entire time, but Rakan and Hoya also finding a really nice choke onto the side of EDG, which does get them 1 kill, but it is just not a kill, but does force them back out of the fight where Ala did get chunked, and before he got chunked, he did put out a bit of damage as well. 1-for-1 in the very end, not going to be too much of a difference as the gold lead is still 3K.
Some of the tankiness for TT actually really coming online here. I'm actually really survived for so long. The Evan Shroud. Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference. It's a big difference. But I do like the Evan Shroud coming through from H1, but especially some of that tanky buildup we're seeing from them maybe work out against this here. The biggest conversation now is, though, EDG are on a timer to put themselves at a Hextech Soul, which is huge for their composition first and foremost, but then it sets the tempo for an Elder Dragon, for another Baron, things like that. So very difficult position for TT to be in, especially when they're almost goal behind.
And that third dragon in particular just demonstrated how well EDG plays with their space and time.
No! Cleanses.
Double sums.
And flash.
Oh my god. Well, TT, all they have to do is just pull the trigger because you have so much CC available to be stacked onto each other. But with EDG playing with their space and the double ADC composition, they are able to find angles, and that's really suffocating the side of TT as they are losing complete map control in all tier 1 towers.
Pretty big minion push actually coming through here for EDG on the bottom side. Don't have really the damage to take down the tower just yet. 4 members strong from TT in defense. There's the hostile takeover and Moonlight Vigil onto them as the Glacial Prison does go through. Nice big engage, re-engage at least from Ala, and there was no damage that Yao Yao could take, but he took it straight to the face. And it should be actually the split lane focus. That's a tier 2 in mid lane. This should be a tier 2 bot side. And EDG just respond to TT's over aggression.
Yeah, TT trying their dear life to force something happening with that numbers advantage in the bottom lane. But it ends up Yaya trying for a 1-for-0 and 4-for also getting that tier 2 tower as is Tristana. And we see Tristana at least finally working for tonight as they are just taking all the towers down one by one. Now Baron available as well. Double Kraken, well, 1 Kraken Slayer and also a Gale Force is gonna be very
Mako's
dangerous.
so good.
Oh my god, Mako just gets a 3-man hostile takeover and Leaf doesn't get anything thrown onto him.
Oh,
and
the handshake. Oh, Mako, you're so good, brother. Oh my god. Well, we know a big difference maker in this series so far. It's been Mako on the Renata. Really impressive stuff from a couple of those big handshakes, but specifically those hostile takeovers. And that is the power we've seen really rise to providence for Renata picks here in the LPL. I think it's been a really nice response to setups like this from TT. But you see TT, they're efficient. They're looking as they feel like a second item spike for UCal maybe does them wonders, maybe finds them something back into this game.
Trying to play with their vision and look for a pick before EDG regains that control towards Baron. But without your towers, I mean, this composition, when it does come to the mid priority, is going to be very scary to face off. But hopefully Hoya, oh my god, the ult goes wide as well.
It does.
Oh, that's your Sejuani.
Oh, I thought Popo was looking for it. I thought he was going to go for something a little bit crazy, a little bit wonky. But we do have that dragon fight in 30 seconds, so TT need to find a setup. They need to find some vision. They need to man mark Ala. They need to find a way in.
But TT plays all their wards towards the Baron pit. So are they really going to be able to walk in?
UCal.
As that 5-man unit flashes from UCal. Oh my god, Mazel. This is looking like a suffocation from EDG.
They're just getting all the tools out ahead of time. Leave able to cleanse out of that one. Now they're going to move towards this vision-controlled area of Dragon here for EDG. And again, this is Soul. Can TT make a cross-map play onto the Baron?
All has that TP available, and they do have towards spotting out TT starting this. So EDG definitely not going to give this for free. They are going to give up the Hextech Soul.
Oh, they are gunning it over here. TP on the other side from Ala. TT know they need to get out of this one. They were setting up in the jaws of EDG. It will be a delay on that Soul, though. So maybe TT can get back and do something. UCal taking a brunt of damage from JJ. Trying to catch somebody out in transition, but back to the bottom side, back to this Dragon Pit, and back to all of the vision mines that EDG have set up.
That was honestly a really good Baron dance from TT. They knew that all they wanted was a cannon TP, and they backed off straight away. But EDG having first move to Dragon doesn't mean too good. Didn't steal it.
Bishwan, it can't get it. It is secured by Fofo. Moonlight Vigil with the Calibrum help set up for leave. And everything going the way of EDG. Now they can force the play onto Baron if they want to.
This is a very sad day to be a piggy, as none of the objectives in the hands of TT. Also, 4 dragons, meaning the Hextech Soul now in the hands of Leave, and a Tristana for Fofo in this game 1. Just means they are going to create so much space between them and the carries of the enemy team.
Actually brought a little bit of firepower to the fight for TT. Yeah, wants to try to find Leave on the back end. Not able to find it though. Bounty is still up for TT. Maybe they're looking for a little bit of something, but not gonna find it just yet. Baron empowered recalls bring EDG back onto the map with a gigantic gold lead, just about 9,000, a little bit less so. And really, really good stuff in this game number 1 from EDG, where again, we had set up, they need to win 2-0 here to secure second place in the LPL regular season.
Zell, if my memory doesn't trick me, I believe I saw Beichuan miss smiting and getting it onto the enemy. It was onto Elise, and he missed it by a Tristana order, and he flashes over with the Cocoon connected. He's just gonna die. I mean, Beichuan having a really tough time in this game 1. Hopefully get to see a turnaround in terms of his performance, because he also went for the even try. I mean, he is just playing full utility Sejuani at this point.
He is indeed, and just trying to get going, right? We've already seen the frustrations. Obviously, TT in a position for playoffs. They want to finish strong here. They still have another series as well after this one, but imagine being able to say you took down EDG, you stopped their securing of the second seed for one little bit and giving them a little bit of promise here. It's not going that way just yet for game number 1. EDG pushing down this top side with full force as this Baron buff for another minute and a half should make this easy doing.
10k goal lead for the side of EDG. They're looking at the inhib now. But I'm just trying to figure out how is TT going to engage, because you have Jeju who has the Banshees, you have Fofo that can buffer your CC, and you have Leave that is quite literally unengageable with the ways that he's been piloting with this cleanse. He doesn't even need to burn the flash to do that.
It's been really impressive the way he's used his summon spells, but also his positioning. I think that's the biggest thing, right? This guy, Leave, he stepped up into the position of one of the best ADCs in the world in Viper. Right, Viper going off to LCK, leaving a void in the LPL, but especially EDG. And Leave has stepped up to the plate and has done incredibly so alongside Mako. We'll see if he can be this kind of securing factor for EDG. There's that hostile takeover back. It connects as well. Moonlight Vigil blocked by Hoya. That was actually so huge. But EDG still on the siege for 30 seconds of this Baron buff.
That's cleanse from Huanfeng, also the flash from the Veigar. Perhaps the Veigar could look for a TP from that ward in the back and look for a flank, as you don't win front to back anymore.
See if they can win anything at this point. That inhib tower falls very quickly. Leave on the outer edge of the team. Maybe something to play around for Beichuan, but not there. And EDG should get a reset here now as well.
You're just giving everything over to the side of EDG. 2 inhibitors, all the dragons, all the heralds, and also a Baron. I mean, I don't see TT ever challenging the side of EDG. Perhaps this is like a morale thing or a mentality where you are playing too scared, and that's never good when you're going into a competition, because this is the result. 9k gold lead, and they're just gonna go push bot lane and pretty much end the game by 30 minutes.
A lot of that gold lead is on Ala. And again, TT kind of baited themselves into this one. This might be their moment for shining, though. and JJ gets caught out. Big pick for TT. No objectives on the board, but maybe they can get this outer tower and more bounties.
A kill in a tower, but is it going to be enough? Go BM, I don't know, Mazel.
Cope.
Looking really tough as the Baron, Elder Dragon is going to be spawning in 1 minute and 40 seconds. I mean, EDG can't realistically stall the game until then because you
they got 3 item spikes now, so
yeah.
easy.
2 super wave minions going from top and middle, pushing in, and Hoya just clear it. I don't know.
We'll see if he can indeed. And I think really for EDG, obviously this is a really strong showing for them in game number 1. It's been a little bit more reserved, even though you felt the strength of EDG through control on the map. It hasn't been extremely bloody. And that, I feel like, is even more terrifying against EDG, where they don't have to be all flashy and crazy. They just know how to execute. And for a long time, that was the moniker of EDG. And it's really interesting to see how they've evolved to the meta that we've had, but especially with their new pieces here as well. But tried and true, they're going to be pushing up into the enemy jungle, setting up for this Elder Dragon. 40 seconds.
I mean, Ala has the TP available, also Flash, where Huanfeng burning the cleanse from earlier to protect that mid lane inhib. It's going to be very hard to escape as a Xayah, as you have to use that ultimate perfectly. But like you said, this game isn't too bloody in terms of the kills, but the macro from EDG was so perfect from start to finish, where it doesn't mean team fighting equals wins. As long as you play towards your strength and get all those major objectives, it's still a game of League of Legends. You don't need to win through kills because you still generate gold from something else.
And I never typically look at it unless it really stands out to me, but man, the vision control for EDG has really stood out to me, obviously. A lot of control done because of the strength they've had between the bot and the mid, but this is set up so beautifully for this Elder Dragon. They are burning. Can Beituan make a second attempt happen? Can he find the miracle steal? We get the TPs coming in now. The engage goes through. Ala on the other side. Hostile takeover separating it. The Dragon does reset. Look how much health that thing just got back. Ala going for the long-term flank, but he should not be spotted. He doesn't get spotted. Oh, he does finally in the end. Hoya's on the other side, though. Hoya tries to go for another engage. He does find it! He didn't get Mako, but the cleanse from Leave gets him out of there. He's trying to put the damage. That Gale Force was huge! And 2 kills to Fofo! The double marksman comp working out, and here comes the gold bag from Ala, as he is the one that has a huge gold differential against TT, and now he's going in here. Leave has found himself on the other side of the map. As the base is burning here, Elder Dragon falling to EDG.
I mean, that was a really good engage from the Jax. That is probably the best scenario you'll ever get. But that was a 4v5. Ala on this cannon was just not in the fight at all. Man was sitting at Raptor Camp, taking the Hex Gate, going over. But by then, the fight was pretty much over. But with this tower also going down for the side of TT, they're just going to get both Baron and Elder now.
They should get double buffs, and this should signal a final push for EDG. Well, it's still down to execution. That big pick from Hoya gave a little glimmer of hope. It's still a 12,000 gold deficit for TT. And Ala just not able to get in. That was a really nice heads-up play from TT to try to get something going.
Yeah, but once again, Hoya getting a really nice flash E onto the enemy team. Stunning around 3 is probably the most ideal engage that you ever get. And also Huanfeng getting a huge root onto the ADC and also the Elise of EDG. But it wasn't enough because it was a 4v5 at the very end. But you don't get any of these objectives. Hextech Soul, Elder Dragon, Baron, what do you do?
And it gets worse and worse. Now you got 4th items for Fofo, for Leave, and they can just push in this bottom side, take out the inhib, and move to the rest of the base now. As they still do have their buffs up, at least Ala, Leave, Fofo, JJ. They all have big term Elder Dragon buffs for another minute and 10 seconds.
Flashes.
You gotta be a little bit careful. Ala wants to be involved now. He wants to get going. As Hoya's trying to find those bounties for TT on the middle lane. They gotta be careful not to lose their last inhib down here.
I mean, Ala can just pull the trigger and flash onto TT as EDG, they're pushing in this wave. Hoya doesn't have the TP available, so he's just gonna pray that they're going to be able to hold this off.
Oh, flashes come through. Hostile takeover will go wide in the end. The cocoon does look connected. When that execution bar comes up on your screen, get a little bit more terrified. Engage actually hits on the JJ. There's a back completed for Hoya. The final defense from TT should come through. They can defend this siege. An inhib in mid lane goes down to EDG. Allah, he goes for that flash play, and the wings of the Elder Dragon will pop the face of TT one by one. It's an ace for EDG and game 1 victory.
The perfect game from EDG, and now they're only one game away from securing second place in the playoffs. Amazing showing from Arlo on this cannon.
Really impressive stuff. When you give him one of his best champions, he will shine on it. So many highlight reels throughout the history of recent LPL have been filled with Allah's cannons, and finds it yet again. So much strength in the 1v1 that led to so much strength in those team fights. But it was a lot of that cohesion in that trio, specifically looking at JJ, Fofo, Mako, and a little bit of that give back from Leave playing in his own 1v2 in the bottom side really set them up for success.
I think everyone on EDG played their role perfectly, where Leave, he wasn't dying to the Rakan engages at all. He just had to burn the cleanse once, and that was the only threat from the bottom lane of TT. And then Arla getting so much CS lead. And in terms of gold, I mean, this cannon was going to get out of control when you do reach those 3 items territory. And of course, JJ on this Elise, we see it doing a lot of work. I mean, putting in a lot of work when it does come to those major objectives, where 4 dragons without a single going over towards TT.
Man. 4 dragons plus the Elder Dragon plus the Barons. What more could you ask for? And I think EDG are at their prime when they have control around the map, and it looks so damn good. And that's where some of that kind of growth throughout the season, where you saw some of the lacking into that 7-win streak, where they look so darn good. And you have these moments of brightness that mean that when they go into playoffs, they will be a hard team to pick apart in a best of 5. And I think TT are going to need to find a way to pick them apart in a best of 3 first and foremost.
Yeah, most definitely, because TT is still sitting in that 8th position, very close towards the bottom, so you can still fight for a better one. But against EDG, I think from this game 1 showing, the draft wasn't looking too promising in my opinion, because it was very hard to execute, but EDG just did it perfectly. They got so much lead in the early game, and it was pretty hard to come back from then. And on the other hand, I think TT, they had a very standard draft. It was very easy to execute when it comes to engaging these team fights, but they just never did it. I feel like Yukal on something like the Veigar, he just didn't really feel as aggressive as usual, and TT really depend on both Huanfeng and Yukal going forward.
Yeah, again, Yukal has been carrying so much with this team, with TT, and to see him on the Veigar, a little bit of that late game scaling, trying to be there, but it just wasn't enough. And in time, right, when EDG take this kind of draft, you aren't able to play to those win conditions, and I think it showed through really well. And again, EDG using the tempo of the game very, very well, right? 33.5 minutes in, multiple Barons, the Elder Dragon there for EDG, and they just knew when to pick it up.
Yeah, this entire game was just in the hands of JJ on this Elise, where Elise, it's a hit or miss champion. You either do amazing in the early game or you just flop when it comes to the late. And I think TT, they were just praying that they play off EDG's mistakes, as JJ did end up getting caught, but by then the gold lead was way too huge to ever close, and he needed like 20 more solo kills onto JJ. But hopefully for this game too, we're gonna have a huge turnaround for draft.
We'll see if TT can play spoilers at the 2nd place want from EDG. We'll be back after a short little break, and we'll see what happens.
He's looking to try and build it right now. He was looking for a couple of camps maybe to try and go for that one here. Chun looking for maybe the fight. They're going to say the Dragon reset is secure. That's the whole point here for top esports. Xingtian steals away the Mega Gnar ultimate. And now they go in on top of Rookie, who does get himself buffed back and go into the stasis. There's Bindo on top of On. And they're going to try and get Xingtian down. There's falling down the Galio as well. It's all on Elk to do this damage right now. You've got Tien cosplaying as Galio. Elk is the carry. Elk needs to pop off. Everyone else on the side of BLG has died, but these health bars are so low. Xingtian going forward. He'll die. 1, 2. Oh my god, he got 3. The only reason Xingtian stays alive because he has the bailout. Viper went off to back to his home region to see if he could maybe make something work there, and we're going to see a full engage now happening. Right over the solar flare. Has nowhere to go. He's going to have to flash. They do get the lightning. Cry does fall to get a nice little knockback as Hoya. But Hoya tries to find something, but he gets knocked immediately. Qingtian was massive in that fight. Now Rookie sealing it over something. Juan Bongo! He's looking for more. One goes golden. Maybe one more fight.
Rookie's one
more
shot,
bit of
can't.
cooldown. Two.
Oh, no.
Three. Looking for four. Gonna be able to secure it. Not gonna be the Quadra, but TT's Juan Fong is massive.
And this is the thing, this is what we were talking about. Elder Dragon is fine to be on the map when you've got this level of control. Dove on a flank, keep your eyes on LP, because Tarzan's already gone. Blink and you miss it. Scout eradicated. LP chased down, cut down. Zika jumps in, but he's got nothing in the tank. And that's it. A pentakill comes through for Han, and a pause. Shala, who happy to be on the front line here. EDG still look like they want this one. Ala almost gets one shot. Give him the honey fruit. The Comet comes down. Big damage across the team. It nearly finishes off Ala. FPX, they've won this fight without even fighting. Ala falls as the roots come across the team. Lee has to beat the carry. Chocho down. Look at the dragon on the back line. Flames spit across the lineup of EDG. And Care tears Edward Gaming apart. He flies towards victory as Fofo is taken to pieces. The Elder Dragon is on the rift and it's piloted by Care. Ning's in so much trouble. He doesn't know what's happening. Wait a second. They're not looking for Ning. They're going to the mid lane. Forge. Oh no. He hasn't got any clue it's happening. Hex Smash is available. Mango over the wall, looks for the hook, the stun is there, the pullback, the knock-up, and the takedown.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Didn't even know what happiness till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a star
like clouds high above. I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody.
Welcome back to beautiful Shanghai and our beautiful series that is unfolding for EDG as TT took a heavy loss in game number 1. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Kitty once again, and we have yet another support MVP to give out in the first game of our best of threes, as Mako will be getting an MVP for game number 1.
I mean, being a support main myself, I'm really happy that all these supports are getting so much recognition in these 2 series that we've casted so far. And it was very well deserved. I mean, 13 assists where it resulted in a 93% KP just meant how much work that Mako was putting in around the map. Honestly, roaming as an enchanter support is pretty rare, and he was out roaming someone like the Rakan, which was in Yaya's hands, and pulling off so many successful ganks for the side of EDG, where I believe he got a kill onto top lane and then a kill into the pockets of mid lane. He just wandered bot lane like nothing happened.
Yeah, you were calling him on the illegal roams, but he didn't get punished on any of those, and we saw some really impressive stuff from him, the hostile takeovers especially, but some really clutch handshakes as well. I think were so big, and moments like this, so huge, but this handshake right here, a big difference maker.
Yep. I mean, I like how EDG, they didn't draft any frontline, but their engage was quite literally Mako just pressing that ultimate ability and forcing fights as Alois consistently trying to look for these flank angles, sometimes working, sometimes not, but when you are this ahead in a game, it won't matter too much because all you have to do is just flash in ult and let the ult do its work.
Yeah, and you see how many times he's able to do that in lane, but outside of lane especially. He had such a big lead in the one-on-one, but it also was the fact that there was always this lumbering behemoth that was waiting to be unfolded here in the team fights. So now we're looking at TT trying to deny a clean series from EDG and trying to find a way back after a pretty devastating game number 1. And I think that starts by finding something a little bit more proactive, I would say, for UCal in the mid lane.
Yep. UCal is the first place to begin with, but I think just the 2 solo laners for TT in this game 1, they were just consistently getting shoved in from the enemy, and when it does come to the matchup in top lane, you can't let Alha do whatever he wants. As Hoya, we've seen greatness from him as well, but when he's placed in such an awkward position where it is impossible to take trades against quite literally hardest counter, well, you're just going to bleed from that choice alone. And of course, UCal on something that is more utility based and is looking for the amount of scaling that you have available in a Veigar, it just kind of extended the game time, and it felt like the jungler of TT was really struggling to make any plays as he was getting extremely suffocated from just the solo laners of getting pushed in.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting case, to say the least, in how they try to find that kind of proactivity. But I'm especially looking at some key bans, I think, to be taken off the table. I wonder if we get the Elise ban here to try to take away some of that very early aggression from the jungle of EDG. But I think there are a lot of other options that you could go towards for that. And I want to see if they sink bans into it as much so. But it is really an interesting occasion when you need to see a different step up for UCal, because they stole away the Tristana, right? They banned away the Yone, and I'm wondering how many bans we get towards him again to try to shut that key aspect of TT down. While we will have this change up here. Cassante, Sejuani, the primary bans for EDG. Lee Sin, Jace for TT.
What are the chances that JJ just runs it back and picks the Elise once again? Because Sejuani has been taken off by EDG this time around. So it's going to be really interesting what H1 is going to pick for this game too, as we know that he is also a very big fan of the Vi and the Wukong when it does come to the jungle matchup. Tristana also going to get taken off for UCal. It's already targeting the solo laners of TT.
Definitely a little bit of not wanting to give UCal some of his big picks here. Definitely want to take it away that Tristana. The Lulu actually banned here by TT. So saying, you're not going to opt into the Zeri Lulu this time around. We'll see what they want to go for in their first phase. Obviously, a little bit of difference in that focus for the second game.
I have a feeling that maybe Leave just plays the Lucian Nami for this game too, as the Vi is going to be the first pick for Jie, and we know how much this Vi means in the LPL. In the right hands, Vi just looks unstoppable, especially if you have a roaming support that is willing to make plays with you. And of course, in that game 1, Mako was more than happy to even roam as an enchanter, where this Kennen pick, we have seen a lot of blind, but it is also going to be easily countered by Arlo.
I'll see if taking the Master will help out Hoya. Again, Hoya has stood up to the test of a lot of our top laners in the LPL this split. I think he's been a really big bright spot for TT while we were speaking about UCal and even Hanfang recently. I think Hoya has been a really strong point in the top side. We'll see if the kind of Kennen special will work out for him. I like the Wombo combo with the Wukong, but this is going to be Fofo's LeBlanc on the table.
Are we just getting the same draws? I'm getting deja vu because I swear to God they picked up something from LNG and they're kind of having similar draws. But to be fair, when we are in patch 13.5, these are just some of the best duos that we can have in the mid jungle. But talking about this last pick for EDG, it is going to be the Xayah, as TT, I mean, you can't take away the Rakan, but she still pairs very well with something like the Renata or even Nautilus. Not again.
Okay, well then. Not the proactivity that I was hoping for, but you know, yeah. Are you selling me the copium or the hopium?
I'm not too mad about this Veigar pick for game 2 because you're up against a LeBlanc and a Vi where it is going to deny a lot of these angles for Jie to be as proactive compared to game 1. So it could be really good, but with how TT was playing the early game, the major objectives might just go into the hands of JJ once again, and they can see themselves in a similar game state where it'll be hard to make plays. Hopefully we see a lot of aggression from TT.
I actually really like this Malphite ban from TT. Something that you can take into the Kennen, does give some of that Wombo combo pull for you if you want to go for it. Also does provide just a lot of strength in that early part of the after level 6 marks, right? But we do get that bottom lane focus from EDG. They take away the Lucian. There is still the Lovers duo available for TT. We'll see what they want to go for, at least the back half of the Lovers duo, the Rakan at least. If they want to ban it away or if they want to take it in the second phase. It is the Rakan banned by TT.
Yeah, we're most likely going to see a Rakan Xayah versus Helios Nautilus for this game 2, as I prefer the Nautilus in my opinion. I think you have a lot more a threat onto the Lovers duo when it does come to the early game, and from then you can look for your early game leads, as once items come online it's going to be a little more tough trying to engage onto the AD carry of EDG, which is going to be the Xayah. So Yaya has to play very smart with the way he engages for this draft. They're taking it away. They're denying
Steal it away. It was the top Kench ban by EDG, so it will be the Rakan taken by TT. So final pick of the ADC, or maybe we get a little bit of flexibility. I highly doubt it, but maybe we do.
No, not the cat.
Nah, it's gotta be the Renata.
Man. Thank you, Mako.
Mako looked so good last time on the Renata. He'd be able to lock that one in again. It set them up so well as well.
Ooh. Is it going to be the Cho'Gath for the last pick? It is going to be it for Arlo.
I love that we get the Cho'Gath here. A little bit of adaptation. Trying to find something that works into the Kennen. The Zeri, the final lock-in for TT. So giving Hanfang some carry potential of his own. See if he can actually get some of the gold in his pocket to make that so.
I mean, a big switch up in terms of the team composition for EDG, as Arlo, saving that counter pick for top lane once again, is going to respond with the Cho'Gath for Hoya. So we'll see how that lane goes. But Kennen definitely can't chunk down this Cho'Gath in lane as ideally as you want when it does come to the trading. But once again, Fofo and Jie is going to be the main stars of this early game, and how they set up the tempo with such mobile duo when it comes to all these skirmishes, and we've
Yeah.
seen how powerful LeBlanc gets when she is ahead in terms of kills. It doesn't matter that you're going Seras and Roa as
True.
the Veigar.
Now this is a first time of the split Cho'Gath for Allah. See if he'll be able to pull something out into that matchup. We saw him do so well with the Kennen in the last game. And now it's Hoya's turn on that pick, but I still like the aggressive nature of EDG. It's about TT responding from that first game and finding a way to work around this Veigar.
Yeah, I definitely see a repeat of what EDG can do, because Lee, he was on the Aphelios from game 1, but he was denying so many kill angles from Yaya, who was on the Rakan. But this time around, it is Xayah, and Xayah just has so much more survivability when it comes to getting tower dove. So I'm going to be really interested in seeing how the support really pilots this lane, because you need to be perfect with your execution.
And as we go into game 2, EDG... Well, that was just not very nice. What are you yucking about?
Cho'Gath skin.
That is the best Cho'Gath skin.
What?
It's the skin.
Hell
That's one of the
nah.
first skins I ever got in League of Legends.
You're telling me Gentleman Cho'Gath is worse than whatever that is?
Well, when you get the skin for free, maybe that maybe makes it a little bit better. I think it was like one of my first chest ones. But okay, if you compare all the other ones, all right. But in this microcosm of just this game, you know, maybe it's kind of cool. Maybe it's maybe a little foretelling. I don't know. Results-based analysis. But I do want to go back to what I was saying. In the fact that EDG with the 2-0 here, they will secure at least second place. And TT can be that spoiler if they take a game back. If they try to deny EDG, we'll see if they can do so. And we'll see the same side starts for both junglers. 1-on-1 here. See if they want to path towards this mid, towards this top.
Yeah, we saw how potent this cannon pick is when you do play towards that top lane, but I know that Allah, he is cooking something with this Cho'Gath, going the Comet as well, so he's gonna fight fire with fire, and we're gonna see a lot of chaos. We're gonna get AP Cho'Gath, maybe Roa.
Hoya said, well, I'm not going to have that much fun in this lane. I'm going to go the Cole. And we're going to see you later, as 2 members have opted into that for TT. But I will say, I'm hesitant on the way that TT are approaching this one. Because last game, they definitely opted into later game, right? Mid to late game was definitely where they were looking for. It didn't come to fruition. And I think EDG are set up for a lot of the similar setup that they had last game in this game. It's really about TT finding a way to change their fortune.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the mid lane as Further got a really nice electrocute proc onto the Veigar and sidestepping the Q perfectly. But this game, I mean, it is going to be second place for EDG. It's going to be very important for them to once again pull off what they did in game 1. And with JJ on this Vi pick, I can see it working once again. Because we see the Vi entering the enemy jungle right now.
I'm wondering how this exactly works out for Beichuan, who had a really rough start to last game. He'll actually get in here. Able to get a little bit of secure there for himself. So beautiful defense from Beichuan. And JJ gonna go for his chicken nuggies here. What kind of sauce would you like that with that, JJ?
We need to remind the audience that JJ from game 1 triple buffed Beichuan, and that was exactly why the Sejuani was so behind and she wasn't able to find that level 6 spike that was going to be the angle for a lot of these skirmishes. And JJ looks like he's going to do it again, although unfortunately not getting that red buff into his hands. He's getting Beichuan a little bit scared already.
Ruffling his feathers, or I guess his hair on the Wukong. Do you see some pings? Yeah, his fur, I don't know. One, maybe both. You know, there are animals that have both fur and hair. I do see some pigs actually coming out from TT down bottom side. Maybe a little bit of responsive gameplay coming out here, but it is spotted out at least that the Scuttle Crab is going to TT. So EDG should play pretty safe and have a lot of tools to do so here as back comes through for Beichuan.
Leaf is so greedy. He is going to go for the the Ghost in this game, where I was expecting something more like the Cleanse, because you're up against the Rakan, Veigar, and Kennen when it comes to these 5v5s. So Leaf is very confident with how he's conditioning already from just Summoner choice. But hopefully we get to see that also happen in the team fights.
Obviously, Juan Vaughn picking up the Ghost himself as well. Not really worried about too much lockdown, or I guess saying maybe once I've locked down, it's over anyways. See how that works out.
Have you seen Milio gameplay yet?
I've seen a little bit of it. I saw that you were playing it, I believe, the other night. How is it going?
I think Milio's I know Milio's broken because Riot hot fixed him in the first 24 hours, and that champion has been gutted in terms of passive. But JJ dodging the vision so nicely. He is going to get spotted as he walks
does it
out.
again. We'll see if he can get something because of it. As Hoya will flash, gets the vault breaker back. Oh, tries to hit the rupture, but can't hit it.
That was a very good gank from JJ as he also gets the flash without burning too
Here
much.
comes the
Bobo.
response. Oh, spawned out.
Yucal is out of mana. I don't think Beichuan is going to be able to kill off the LeBlanc by himself, but he is going to get the return rapidly. It isn't going to mean too much because with his cannon burning the flash, I mean, you can realistically look for another regank towards top side.
And now that we're hitting these level 6s, I'm really looking at EDG to put some pressure on the objective here. You have a redeploy out on towards the bot side of the map for JJ. You have a re-teleport back to the mid lane for Popo. And if they could get this dragon stacking like we saw them put a lot of priority on last game, that's going to pay dividends for them.
JJ is finally going to get spotted by the enemy ward as he might know a little bit something into JJ as he spots out this pink, which was placed by Beichuan earlier on in the game. But relatively safe early game from both sides. I feel like JJ, we already see the proactiveness that was a reflection from game 1. And Popo landing a double chain onto
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Right, I don't know what you expect in this 1v1 though. I mean, I feel like Fofo's gonna be able to work around a lot of the setup that Yucal has.
Yeah, I feel like Veigar, you think about it on paper, yes, it is going to counter the LeBlanc when you get to those 5v5s, but in lane, it's going to be a little bit tough because Veigar, I mean, his cage has changed a little bit where it does take a bit of time to register compared to old League of Legends back in like 20, I would say 16.
Back in old days.
Back in old days. I think Veigar cage would just drop instantly as Hover has already purchased the Merc Treads against these two solo AP laners.
It's going to be a little bit difficult for sure. Now we do see finally that focus on the dragon for JJ. As redeploy from Beichuan this time, actually coming down the bottom side as that camp shouldn't get here in time. A nice little pressure movement from Mako. Though, again, EDG, right as rain, hit another first dragon.
Gotta stop EDG from taking first strike. Look at Mako, he's just walking up to Yayo. You don't even know where the Veigar is. He doesn't care. I mean, he has the flash, but maybe Mako knows something that I don't, and he just knows his limits.
Mako's been so good this year, man. I wouldn't call it a renaissance because Mako's always good, right? But even at the beginning of the split, I was kind of questionable about Mako because there were some things that felt like a little bit of disconnect there with the team. Obviously with the new duo, things like that. But he really has come back into his form and been so strong here in that big push by EDG, and also just as a cohesive effort for EDG and being a big structure or pillar to the team.
Yeah, most definitely, and hopefully EDG in the playoffs is going to also impress us with how they've been piloting this early game so far. I don't know, Mazel, what are your thoughts on playoffs? Because we've seen a lot of shaky performances from all the top tier teams, but who do you think is going to be our likely candidates for MSI?
Oh goodness, it's gonna be really tough. I feel like it's anybody's game right now in the LPL. That's what I love about it, is like we've had so many roster change-ups across the LPL this year. It's been really, really interesting to watch a bunch of different players make homes in different orgs, and I think to that extent, while we see a lot of the top teams dropping games out of nowhere, right? That's the beauty that always has been the LPL. It is crazy. It is our game, right? But I think obviously EDG, top esports, even though they've been struggling, there's a lot of strength in these teams. And you look at the experience to bring a lot of that to the table. And EDG are packing that with JJ, with Mako, and the rest of the team, TBH. As now that Rift Herald does go down to EDG, TT not really there to respond, trying to catch out Mako. They do get the catch out, but he does have the hostile takeover, can't use it in the end, and for blood to Yao Yao.
Finally, Mako on the support has been caught out, and TT engaging onto this, not having, I mean, Mako has the flash available, but he just wasn't expecting so many ultimates being burned onto him since he got away scratch-free in that game 1. So this illegal activity has been punished as we also have Beichuan and Yayo making their way top.
They're going to collapse onto Hoya. Nice slice of mail from Yu's back, and Beichuan is right here to respond, as well as Yao Yao on the roam. Not able to get anything in topside for EDG. That flash not connecting from JJ. And even with all that control around the map, they aren't able to find anything. And it's a decent advantage for TT and a much needed awakening from game 1.
Yeah, big switch around from that game 1, like you said, right? And promising results. Ideally, you would have wanted the first blood to go into one of the carries' hands, but I'll get it at the very end. It is what's important. And it does pick up the Merc Treads, as we see a lot of Merc Treads in this game. But to be fair, that's just patch 13.5. Oh, Allah, he has flash. But
That's
is it
a
gonna be enough?
long wait. Oh my goodness. Hoya finally shows that he is waiting, and Beichuan has shown up. Allah trying to save this flash. It's not enough. He's not even going to burn it. And Beichuan gets a second kill for TT.
Yeah, Allah getting a little bit greedy with how he was pushing. I'm assuming he just needed the gold for the catalyst, as he picks that up right into the Merc Treads as well. So kill going to the hands of Beichuan, having a much better early game compared to that Sejuani in game 1. And this is his comfort. I feel like the Wukong suits the identity of Beichuan a lot more, where you are kind of reliable as a damage source yourself, and you are able to make those proactive plays by yourself.
That's the hope of seeking proactive plays as much as you can from your personal position. But now we've got to look where JJ is going to try to use this next repair about halfway up on that cooldown. I would expect it to go to Fofo to try to unlock this LeBlanc a bit more. We need a lead with this mid-jungle duo here for EDG.
Do they need a lead though? Because I'm looking at that mid lane, and from how Fofo has been performing on this LeBlanc, TT got to hold on to their little health packs. Not health packs. Are there health packs in this game? I guess they're little honey fruits, but they don't technically count.
They're the natural health packs. The Summer's Rift natural health packs.
To be fair, fruit does heal you in real life as well, since it gives you so much nutrients. But Jie going to revive this bottom lane matchup and give Lee a bit more milk.
Yeah, I guess when you squeeze fruits, maybe. But they do get a little bit of something bot lane, as the Rafael did get that charge. That first tower went over to EDG with all those plates as well, and that's the influx of fruity power that maybe you were looking for EDG's. Yukao gets caught in the transition as well. He should get taken out. Fofo's looking for the kill. That handshake to bring Yukao away from the team. Beautiful hostile takeover as Yukao doesn't fall, but Leave is here. Leave gets caught here though. Featherstorm is there. He tries to flash away. Should have the blade caller back, but it's not going to be enough. Can he make this angle happen? The handshake doesn't connect. Mako gets slowed down. Here comes Hoya to make a killing blow here onto Leave. He gets him, and that's 4 kills going to TT early on.
TT heard that EDG needed a perfect scoreline to end the night, but they are stepping on and they are taking advantage with these chokes for major objectives, and EDG falling into that, as that is going to be the downfall of this early game. We see that JJ was the one that initiated this, but the reinforcement from TT was perfect. I mean, you have the Wukong Cyclone and also Yaya, just so much knock-up for the side of TT, and it was pretty impossible since Fofo was just permanently CC'd and Huan eventually jumped to his face. And Lee, he flashed away, but it wasn't enough.
Trying to get as far as possible in a unique angle there, but Hoya was already on the move. Nice flash kill there from him, but really, really good decision making from TT to pick out the right members and to kind of collapse in that fashion. And now Wanfang, he's set up at 2-0-1, has that shield bow as well completed.
Yep, and that's exactly what TT needed, because Yukao has decided to pick the Veigar 2 games in a row, so it's all up to his Zeri and Kennen to carry these team fights, and that was probably the most ideal outcome that you can ever ask for when it does come to a skirmish, as your Zeri is now ahead of lead now since he also had to burn all his ultimates and
He
flashes.
got all those plates though. It's a bit different. I hope we get the gold toggle at least very soon, because he got 2 more plates in mid lane before they fell. Also got all 5 in bottom side. I'm wondering how much Wanpong is truly ahead with this advantage, and we'll see now with a Rift Herald coming up in about 30 seconds. You already see TT positioning around this one heavily. As Hoya trying to dodge out from the chain combo, but he might just die. There's the slicing maelstrom back. Fofo doesn't take a lot of damage for this, but he's out of cooldowns now, and Yao Yao's coming to save the day. That'll be the flash from Fofo, burned right before the fight.
It's a Merc Treads diff, Mazel. I mean, Fofo just had that extra bit of MR against Hoya and wasn't enough to kill the LeBlanc in a 1v1, burning the ultimate as well. However, Fofo did have to force the flash out. I think we see how when it comes to these 1v1s in the side lane, it's having that extra bit of Merc Treads when Ken has to work with his stuns is going to be very valuable. But on this Troika, we haven't seen too much from him just quite yet, but I'm waiting for him to land a nasty silence on Zeri and just eat him.
Just eat him up, pull him up.
Just eat him.
We'll see if he can do so. That Rift Herald is not going to end up being contested by TT. It'll be a second acquiring of it for EDG, and I think they can utilize this to get Fofo even further ahead. As side lane should be the focus right now for TT with nothing in between. I see that reset actually come out from Ala, try to respond to this bottom side, but maybe a bit of a collapse onto UCal up in the top side. Not going to be fooled by where the lacking pressure is from EDG.
There's so much disengaged there as Yao Yao is also making his way towards that top lane, but I would just trade the 1-for-1 tower since you don't want to be greedy with that early game lead that you've generated so far with your jungler. TT playing a lot more calculated for this game too, which is positive signs as they've also denied that second dragon, so stopping ZZ to create that tempo that they so desperately need.
TT will get their first tower of the game. They've gotten that dragon as well, but 2 minutes for another one. It is some defensive vision by TT, but you still see EDG front and center with a lot of vision control. And that was the main focus, I feel like, that they used a lot for their information gathering, but as well as their objective control was their vision control, and it's been really, really good so far. You're also getting those first item completions pretty much across the board for EDG, so really, really impressive to see them kind of timing this out a little bit. Obviously TT needing a little bit of comeback, waiting for that Roa to come online for UCal, but maybe setting up for a contest of their own in this next dragon fight.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising that the Veigar
There's
hasn't
the
picked up
gold.
his Roa just quite yet. But it is going to be a 17-minute Roa, so this Veigar is going to get online very late. Good cancel from Mako.
Man,
it is going to
he
force
just
out
gets it every
EDG's
time.
vision. Yeah, he does.
Now we see that handshake down, but it's only for just a little bit, and should be actually some TT pressing here. They need to get some vision down into EDG's jungle behind the pit so that Hoya can get these flanks that Ala was putting off so well last game. And that's right now the big focus for Hoya, who, again, we said earlier, has really stepped up to the plate for a lot of matchups against some of our top-tier top laners. But this time he's going to need to help bring the team across the line with a big slicing maelstrom and a big flank against EDG.
Yep, and we do have Hoya also building towards that Banshees where he is going to play extra safe just in case he gets bursted by over on this LeBlanc. But UCal getting a tier 1 top lane, so EDG going to look to regain that vision control, because walking into this EDG composition where we saw Mako getting amazing ultimates from that game 1 might be a little bit tough, but I think TT can do it for this game too.
Back coming third from UCal, he does have TP to come back out on the map, but I don't know if TT want to necessarily contest this one just yet. Okay, they're going to TP him back as he got that Kindred Gem there ready to go. See if Hoya can get a nice flank. Flofo goes for it, but gets out of the grand entrance there from Yao Yao. And that is a decent tool down the event horizon. Connects here from Hoya on the they marked him. Lead playing pretty confidently, pulls Hoya off and can't make it to the rest of the team. And it's EDG starting up the dragon here.
The vision control is beautiful from EDG. 3 controllers in this top side. Also gets the Banshees from Hoya.
Hoya
So,
just wants the
need a
flash
flank.
slicing maelstrom. He just needs to find something. The dragon going down and tested here from EDG and TT. Dragon goes over to JJ. There's that slicing master, but he gets pushed down. And you still get the triple knockup from Yao Yao, but it's not enough. EDG brought the right tools to deal with the front line, but they didn't bring the right tools for the back line as they take down at least Beituan, but they lose 2 members in Ala and Mako.
Yeah, the dragon did get secured by EDG because you're competing against the Smite and Cho'Gath ultimate, so it is going to be theirs for now. But EDG, they had their exhaust onto Hoya where they were so deathly scared of this combination from the Cyclone and also the little cannon. They completely forgot about Huanfeng on the Zeri, and now he's going to be basing with that item in his pockets as well. But we're going to take another replay of what happened because EDG, they were just hard focusing down this dragon as Hoya was looking for a flank. Flash engage from the jungle of TT and also follow-up from Hoya, but it wasn't enough to exhaust placed by Mako. But look at Huanfeng. Without the CC focus onto him, the Zeri is doing Zeri things.
Goodness, that Ultra Shock laser is so big as well. And Huanfeng got those early resources, and it's working out, right? This guy last series had a huge step up. And yes, nonetheless, we'll see if he can continue to do so against EDG, who are still in this fight, have taken that second dragon, obviously stacking some of those objectives, but TT really showing some promise here.
We have 2 pink walls on the Baron once again. Brother Beryl is very happy with how LPL is going tonight. But EDG consistently trying to bait TT to walk forwards with their vision game. Where isn't he?
And I'm wondering how they even find that setup here as EDG just trying to TT think a little bit. As here comes the monster in waiting. Ala walking his way, waddling if you will, over to the mid. But should just be this continued contest over the side lanes until we get that next big objective fight, which I feel like, you know, TT are perfectly fine with. They are perfect in these kinds of positions because they drafted a composition to be kind of this mid to late game team fighting composition. And it's about EDG trying to pick apart that composition that becomes so difficult.
Yeah, EDG really needs to play with their space and let Coco poke on this LeBlanc before they have any hard engage from the side of EDG. But I have just received confirmation about if EDG does go 2-0 tonight, they won't lock second and they can still compete for that first place in playoffs up against Ying Dongling. So it's going to be really exciting stuff if EDG is able to come back from this game state.
Yeah, it will not be in their hands, obviously, but it will be an important thing for EDG to secure this 2-0. Again, all that happens because they get a 2-0. And TT giving a nice little fight back here with a little bit more than a 1.5k gold lead. And I think it's something that with the team competition, with the scaling aspect we were kind of talking about earlier, that's feeling real good for them. But Hoya needing to find those big flanks still. Big setups for the teams are going to be huge. I think with the bit of the front line for EDG starting to come online, it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, my eyes are on the 80 carries of this game because we have Lee playing something like the Zaya where you want to be playing further back, but Hoya is able to get his flash online very soon for this next up-and-coming dragon. I mean, we need that exhaust force on him once again.
Oh, there you go. TT pulling the trigger here. Hoya, can he get into it? That's a big hostile takeover. JJ not bailed out this time. And that's a big jungler down. That no objective to fight over just yet, but that is a 4v5 now that EDG would have to take.
Son on to Ala, but no damage this quite yet from the side of TT. But it does seem like this composition for TT is working a lot better as they are getting consistent picks onto the enemy team like the LeBlanc and the Vi, where it's really struggling into this Veigar for game 2, and that is exactly the scenario that you want to be playing a Veigar, as we see Yukao putting in a lot of work.
And a performance that, honestly, I know I wanted a proactive mid laner, but I could appreciate the act of letting Yukao carry in the late game, letting him stack up infinitely as much as possible. You're going to have that come to fruition, though, as we have 20 seconds for another dragon. EDG potentially on soul point with this one. And you see TT moving in around, trying to get those backs in as quick as possible, but the TP is already being utilized from Ala to try to join this fight.
I mean, EDG is always first to these major objectives, where this is going to be Inferno Soul Point for them if they're able to obtain this, as Hoya does have the TP available, but there are no wards currently set up for them, so it's going to be a little bit tough walking in onto them.
Wondering if they could even find a real way in. I mean, they're going to get a TP from Hoya on the backside here. That Dragon already gone. That's a second Infernal going over to EDG, a soul point as well, and Hoya not able to get that flank in time.
-1 TP, I guess, from the top laner
He's
of
got
TT,
the flash.
but is he going to flash over the Raptor wall?
They don't know he's here. Fofo actually not able to spot him out with that scanner. It was close. It was close. TT not able to pull the trigger though.
And that third dragon is going to be soul point for EDG. Always too tanky to ever poke down.
The big monster.
I respect the attempt.
See, look,
from
that skin
Hoya.
looks cool now, huh? It's getting bigger.
No,
It's
he has
got
a rat tail.
Come on, he's not got a rat tail. It's like a fin. He's aquatic.
It's an aquatic rat.
Those don't exist, kitty. I don't know what kind of stuff you got. No, I know Australia has the crazy animals, but I don't know if you got any aquatic rats. Unless,
well,
you know,
you
Pixar
don't
didn't
know.
happen, I guess.
DT starting Baron now, and
That's cool. We'll see if they can do something. Hoya's kind of waiting in the wings here for a big flank. Should be able to catch out Fofo by himself. That's a lot of damage. Hoya trying to get him down. The flashes come through. The double jump away. Hoya's still trying to chase him out, though. Dodge out from Fofo. Nicely done. And he gets out. No, he does. UCal can't get the distance with the flash. And now EDG's on the mid lane.
the perfect distraction from this LeBlanc as EDG is able to get that tier 1 tower in mid. So a lot of spells being committed to this LeBlanc, but in the end it's still great things because they did stop the Baron at the very end.
They did indeed, stopping a little bit of that cheeky play from TT. But from that promise that TT have shown, they still have only had a small gold lead here, and not much to say is, oh my god, they're burning it down so fast.
They're starting it, they don't
They
know.
have the double smite too with the chop, the feast. And then,
H1's backing.
oh no, he's backing, they had no idea.
Well, he's just going to continue backing as it is too
He
late to
stopped
do
his
anything.
back.
It was like, yeah, they're doing
Oh,
Baron.
man.
Okay, they got Baron, I'm backing.
That's third item completed for Leave as well, in a fell swoop like that. That small lead I was just talking about, that's gone. It's evaporated. And TT, they still have this comp that works well for them. They can find flanks, they get big team fights, but they cannot get picked apart. They cannot get separated in those team fights, Kitty.
It's really roaring that TT just gave the Dragon and the Baron over for free just because of how well EDG is playing with their vision and how Mako is able to set up those wards. And Beichan honestly looking a little bit clueless on what he should do when it does come to these major objectives where it revives EDG from how the game state has been. The gold is now even, and now you're also under the threat of this Infernal Soul for Leave.
Could you imagine EDG getting that Infernal Soul? It could be so much damage. Oh, TT, they might have found Mako though. He's getting burned down pretty heavily. That's a nice handshake into the hostile takeover. Mako will burn down, does have the bail, but UCal falls to Leave as well. It's a nice trade. Yao Yao will not. Featherstorm comes through. The Blade Collar not going to be pulled. It is just that 1-for-1 trade, but UCal going down is actually a big factor just to continue to set UCal behind, not let him stack this up and continue to farm.
Yeah, maybe Mako got a bit too confident from how game 1 went, and now he is currently sitting on that 0-4 scoreline. But EDG looking to do more as UCal can TP in with that when he respawns.
They don't have the backup here. I mean, they're going to try to do something. There's the Wombo combo, but it's a beautiful flash from Leave, and there's nothing left. What a play from the EDC of EDG. And they can get out of the opposed gank of Hoya, and now they're just threatening back on a TT.
It feels like TT is just serving everything on a silver platter over to EDG. This game was won. You just couldn't give them the major objectives which you had control over, but with Hoya flashing in, as also having that advantage available, you just didn't have the damage to finish anyone off, and Leave picks up another kill 4-1 now, even with Huanfeng.
And it doesn't stop. Like, it's just every time we come back for these replays, there's something else being set up on the map. And this was Hoya's hope for a miracle here.
And look at
and unable to find it. That flash from Leave so fast.
His reactions this game are insane. He's like, I don't know what it is. He's not a human for sure. Because his reactions are instant. And that was slow-mo and I couldn't even react to it.
Well, he ain't a Viper either, but we'll take him just fine. He has stepped into the place of one of the best ADCs in the world in Viper for EDG, and he has shown through on this roster. Been really nice to see this EDG developmental prospect really shine in his own come up in his rookie year. We'll see here the flank, at least from Fofo, trying to get on the back line. That's a huge off-top takeover, but TT are able to separate it. This is kind of a team fight they won here. Big flank from Oya, but he gets denied by Leave. You've got to focus Leave. Leave is so big in these fights right now. He's being able to take up by Alo. JJ going over on the side. Can't really find much here. Doesn't have flash, but Leave has so much damage. You see, he's not able to get the rupture, and Ala gets the angle. Chop, chop, and a feast for EDG.
Leave is just dancing on the enemy team, and Ala also securing that kill onto Beichuan. This is soul for
Leave is
EDG.
playing with fire here, man. He's got some feathers stacked up. He's playing very aggressively, but JJ has shown up. Beichuan is nowhere near, and there's no contest today. That's a soul for EDG.
I mean, in the very end, it just feels like this Zaya is putting in so much work as Fofo, his entire job was just zoning out Huanfeng from the fight as JJ gets his hands onto the AD carry of TT, and there was just so much focus while Lead was scratch-free. I mean, he didn't have too much threat, and also having that ultimate available means Hoya on this cannon was going to get negated and instantly deletes him straight away. But look at the choke. TT is so split right now, and Beichuan, I'm surprised he didn't just leave. He gave a few seconds for Ala to catch up and not knowing he had to flash. I mean, that's a dead jungler for you, and also the Inferno Soul going to
Look
EDG.
how big he is. Look how cute he is. The aquatic Cho'Gath.
I mean, some fish are cute. Some fish are cute.
Some fish. Some
Ala
fish.
is also
They're
very
not all
cute.
though. True, true. And his Cho'Gath forward is looking pretty cute too. We'll see if they can
Most
continue to do
definitely.
this. It's been really a pullback game from EDG. They were in a slight deficit for a lot of it, but they continue to try to press and force TT to make decisions. Some of those decisions have gone awry, and EDG now find themselves in a 2K lead with this Infernal Soul under their belt.
How are you going to walk into EDG now? Ala is so big. Physically, I'm not going to continue that sentence. I just realized how bad that was. But we also have the flank from Beichuan having that flash available.
He
I mean,
can
Lee doesn't
try.
have his.
A little pincer maneuver from Hoya and Beichuan, but Beichuan gets actually caught out there. Hoya is spotted on a ward up there, so Popo actually trying to man mark him, trying to get some damage down before he can get in the fight. Look at that, he's locked down. There's Jermaine engaged. He got a slicing maelstrom off, but that storm was so little, you didn't even hear the thunder. But Leave is making TT regret that one as the Feather Storm comes in. He is 1v4ing right now, and now he's against Huanfeng with a 1,000 gold shutdown to TT's ADC. Their mid lane is burst open at the seams.
And in the very end, it is going to be a 2-for-1 trade. EDG does not do this Baron fast enough, but they do have the extra security of Ala's ultimate for this. Without burning the TP because he smells something happening at this Baron pair. Are they going to give it for free again?
It's got to go. I mean, Beichuan will try to get in the pit as quick as possible, but they've got the feast, they've got the smite, and can he make a dream happen here? Beichuan can right all the wrongs. He does! He steals it away for TT!
In the end, my boy Jackie Lee makes an appearance into this game, and they throw their lead back into TT's hand as Beichuan also gets a very nice steal over Ala's ultimate, over the smite from Jieji as well. I mean, this game could go either way. Elder is going to be spawning in 2 minutes.
TT not giving them an inch here, making them sweat for the whole mile. It will be a full build for Leave now, though. He has the GA completed. He's on his 6 items, and there's still a lot left to give for Huanfeng. So I'm looking for EDG to really put the pedal to the metal here and use some of that power spike, but TT needs to fight back a little bit at least.
Yeah, this was a 4v5 since Hoya just got instantly deleted, and also Rakan getting following shortly after. But Leaf didn't need to go for this. Man was engaging with his Zaya ultimate, and he was just overplaying this when in reality he could just get mid and even threaten this Baron. But sometimes when you play Zeri, the electricity
How did they miss it?
gets into your head.
Oh, he didn't have the
Beichuan
feast. He
gets
didn't
it.
use the feast.
He didn't get it.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. Now TT on the aggressive. They have the Baron buff for another minute and 40 seconds. They're looking at a tier 2 tower now.
I mean, this wasn't EDG's. I mean, to be fair, this game was in TT's hand and EDG's hand. Now back in TT's hand, what I genuinely think is going to be an Elder 5v5 flip. But checking in on the items, I believe that Hoya having this Banshees available means that he won't do as much damage. And when you're up against a 7 and 2 Xayah, you have no defense compared to, well, I believe Ala built the Shadow Flame second, so he was just able to instantly pop them. It's different in terms of the item builds, but it's going to be ADC versus ADC.
It absolutely is, and what a fitting way for it to go as well between these two. Obviously, Hwanfeng having a real big resurgence in their last series against TES, but Leave having a heck of an opening year for herself here for EDG. And both of them really big resources. Obviously, Hwanfeng opting into that stopwatch there, waiting for that 6th item. But this next fight could determine it. We got a minute until that Elder Dragon is on the table.
Mazel, how is TT going to kill Leave? He has the ultimate, he has GA. He also has Maker's Bailout. Maybe that fan sign knew the future. It's scripted. EDG needed a GA to win the game.
Definitely did, and I'm wondering how...
Oh my god, it all aligns together now.
It all aligns, the stars, if you will. Oh,
A summoner has
that,
disconnected.
yep, that's...
The stars didn't align.
They did not. They came crashing. We do have a little bit of a pause, a little bit of break in the momentum here. I'm sure we'll be getting back into it very shortly, but man, a very net game from both these two teams. I know TT are trying to get a nice little push for themselves in their final 2 series, and that game 1 was not the way they wanted to come out. This game 2, a lot better on the execution and some of the re-picks that they grabbed, but it really has come out for them. Even though they've bounced that lead back and forth a little bit, it's really been a fight that EDG maybe weren't as much prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about this next up-and-coming Elder Dragon, it's going to be so scary because TT, they look like they were in a very sticky situation, but when Leave is willing to give angles for the Xayah to misposition and get even a return kill onto him, that is something that they can play towards, but playing up the enemy's mistake isn't very reliable. Hopefully, we do see some baiting coming out of this TT composition, and the Veigar cage puts in a lot of work. I want UCal working overtime because they gave away all of these dragons towards EDG. Hopefully, we get to see a major combo from the Kennen and Veigar.
A little bit of an update. JJ reported an in-game issue, but we are fine and dandy, so we're right back into it now. We have that dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and EDG trying to use this pressure in mid lane to get an easy push down there. See if they can do so against TT, who might want to just try to take a team fight with a 5v5, waiting for Hoya to get it.
We also have Hoya pushing in that bottom wave as EDG is guaranteeing this mid priority. But TT's there first, and Hoya, no wards. Oh, he's gonna get spotted.
He will be spotted there. They'll pop that new control ward in that bush. Can't really go for it because they could just turn an engage on you. You got the
TP
actually
from Hoya.
re-engage on the other side of the TP. They might try to find a big flank out of EDG. They should know what's going on, but Beitwan has taken the engage. Leave falls right into the trap, and Hoya might have just gotten the best flank to bring back TT in this series. EDG are trying to pick them apart. Hwanfeng trying to get as much damage as possible, but he can't do it. Leave is insane, but he tries to pull back as much as possible. It's a back from Allah, and my God, do we have a series, but Leave is on a no man's land escape right now. I don't think he can get out of this one. UCal should come around the corner and pop his bubble. As Beitwan chases him down. This is another big shutdown going over, unless Leave can do something about it. Oh my God! EDG's Leave is on another level, and there ain't no stepping up to this guy. As Hoya wants to find another one, bring on your mighty challengers, as they will be nothing in the face of EDG.
He's out! I mean, Mazel, you were talking about how EDG is all leave, and leave. Leave, my man was leaving the team fight, but leaving corpses around the entire map. He lives from the bailout that Mako gave him before this Renata died, and he was able to get so many return kills from just that one Eula chance. And EDG having the TPs in now, they're going to start this Elder very soon.
Round 2, fight. As Hoya comes up, Yao Yao taking a lot of damage there. They don't have base 1 anywhere nearby, but they do have the slicing maelstrom. Can there be one last breath for TT? One last streak across the thunderous sky as they need this Elder Dragon to make a difference. They don't have a smite. Have the Hoya engage. It's not enough. JJ secures it, and they can't get leave though. They start popping the Elder Dragon, and one by one, TT are non-existent in the face of Edward Gaming.
And Leaf doesn't die once again, and it was a 3-for-0 Elder Dragon in the hands of EDG now. They're looking to end up the night with a clean 2-0 and lock in at least top 2 for the playoffs.
He gave him a run for their money, but Leave said, no way, I'm taking it to the bank. Sky is stepping in position of Viper. This team, EDG, stepping up with huge throughout the season, and they will look to secure that top 2 finish here in the LPL Spring Split as TT will be aced one more time, and JJ should be able to finish that one off. Are they going to try to go for one more kill? They don't even need it. They focus the Nexus, and EDG take a 2-0.
And Leaf shouting at the very end of that game, leaving all the audience speechless with that amazing Xayah performance from this game too. I mean, this was such a win from the ADC of EDG, and they are going to be competing up against JDG for that first position in playoffs.
My goodness, what a blood-boiling finish for EDG. And now their fate a little bit out of their hands. If JDG do drop their last series, they will be first place. But we'll see in the future how that works out. What a bow and what a performance from EDG. But man, Leave, you can't say more about this guy. He has been incredible in this split and in these step-up moments.
I mean, this game was so crazy to say the least, as Leave piloting the Xayah so perfectly as well. I don't want to compare him to Viper anymore. I want him
He's his
known
own.
as Leave, and he's definitely showing everyone around the entire world where he is one of the best performing ADCs so far in this split.
And he had been, you know, in the EDG for a long while, right? He has been this piece that has been trying to build as much as possible throughout the LDL, and you know, spending a year and a half in that program, finding some moments, right, in the sub-ins, in between, in the tournaments, in between splits, things like that. But it is really nice to see him step up to the table here, surrounded by this team, the way they've brought it, the way him and Mako have just looked so good, bouncing off of each other in the 2v2, but also allowing Mako to have a lot of that roam and a lot of that cohesion with JJ. It's been an incredible come up, and EDG look fearsome going into playoffs, to say the least.
I mean, a lot of people have said this, but EDG truly has some of the best team fighting, and that is all credits to how Leave is able to pilot his positions and just toss out so much damage. It's so incredibly tough when you're trying to DPS while dodging all these abilities in CC, but he's able to do it at the very end, and he was the difference for that Elder fight.
Man, just the amount of times he takes those crazy flashes, and while one or two times they don't look as crazy or as crazy as they maybe should be, I love to see that forward momentum that he plays with a lot of the times, and not backing down from the moments. I know it's one of the things that YSKM had talked a lot about throughout this split, but playing with courage, playing cockily when you can, while you have the opportunity to. And I think Leave has taken that to an onus on the bottom lane, and especially with the way the meta's worked out. It's those flexes look so good in the 2v2, but it's also the fact that they have such incredible strength from game one, from the performance of Allah, and being able to kind of build off that in the series itself. Really, really cohesive stuff, at least for EDG.
Maybe in the end, only Allah would have hit that CC onto the Wukong because of the skin. It wasn't because of skill, it was just skin diff. Oh my god, look at the damage that Leave was able to put out this game.
Holy cow.
Inferno Soul as well for Desire, where Huanfeng wasn't able to run forward, and Fofo honestly did his job alongside Jie.
There was
Yeah,
that
he
last
definitely
fight,
tried.
man. He tried so hard. It's just, man, I didn't expect the damage to come out of that, like, from Leave. I know he was at 6 items, but my God, the health bars were just popping. Look at that stat line. 100% KP. Almost 50% of damage done for his team. And all the while getting 214% damage to gold value.
6 items, quite literally, because he sold his boots at the very end, and that could have been the difference for this fight. And I'ma just say 666 Leave, because that was probably one of the most insane performances I've seen in such a close match in the LPL, and I'm very excited to see what Prime Leave looks like, because this is still development stage for him.
I know, it's crazy. And it's really, really impressive stuff. But obviously, looking ahead for EDG, they will be looking at those playoffs. They'll be looking at a top 2 finish. But it is a lot of time in that top 2 finish till you're back on the Rift. So I'm really interested in how they kind of approach these next couple weeks, how they approach everything coming into it, because they have looked so good with a lot of these meta picks, a lot of the strategy that they've come to the table with. But I'm very curious, and we'll have a conversation after our interview about how that's going to work out for them. Now, we do have our interview Iris ready with Jeje, so let's go check in.
Thank you, Mazel and Kitty. Welcome to our post-game interview. I'm Iris, joined by Jeje, the jungler from Edward Gaming. First of all, congratulations on your win, especially at the end of this regular season, and you also locked your GA in the double eliminations. So I remember that Mako's goal at the beginning of the split was to make playoffs. So after all this run, how does it feel for you right now, especially as a team performance overall? 首先是恭喜你们拿下了你们常规赛的收官战的胜利嘛。我记得在赛季初的时候，其实 Mako 说啊，我们的目标是要先进军到季后赛。现在也是非常漂亮的拿到了一个自己的复活甲。所以整体来讲，你会觉得说队伍的一个，比如说实力啊、状态怎么样，以及说还满不满意呢？
能走到这一步的话，我觉得算是超出预期了吧。我们其实都很满意这个结果。
So coming to this point, I think our performance overall is quite satisfied for myself, and we already had a lot of progress in this whole period of time. So next question I would like to ask: before the season kicked off, EDG may have been underrated a little bit. So now that you've locked top 2 in the standings, how would you evaluate your team as a team, your team as especially versus the start of the beginning of the split. 那我想问一下，就是说，其实，在赛季开始之前，可能会有一些的朋友没有预想到 EDG 可以走得这么漂亮，走得这么远。那与赛季初相比的话，你会觉得可能现在队伍的一个实力，或者说哪一部分的一个成长是达到非常好的一个情况了呢？
感觉是我们队伍的每一个人的话都知道。 就是在一场比赛里应该做什么吧，这个是最重要的。
It feels like we all know what to do or what to accomplish our role in every single game. So that, I feel like this is the thing that counts most. My next question will be, so in game 1, it was pretty smooth, but game 2, it felt like the enemy team had a better early tempo in the early phase. So how could they manage to take the tempo back？ 那我想问一下，因为第一局是比较顺利的嘛，可能第二局来讲的话，对方的一个前中期会比较主动，他们去拿到了更好的一个前期节奏，所以你们是怎么去运用一个非常聪明的一个决策去把局面重新抓回来的呢？
运营一直是我们比较擅长的部分嘛，所以在我们抓到了对面的站位失误时，我们就能去找到一些拿到资源的一个情况。
I think one of the things that we are really good at is to find the mistakes of other teams' mispositioning. Also, we're really good at macro. So I would say after we found some mistakes that enemy made in the middle game, so we're able to turn the game around. So my last question will be, so talking about the playoffs, which team that you're really looking forward to facing off against again in the playoffs? 那讲到季后赛了嘛，所以说你可能觉得说，在哪一支队伍是你最想要去交手的呢？
其实李宁吧，我觉得想再跟 Scout 打一次。
I would probably say LNG because I really want to face off against Scout one more time in the playoffs. And this will be the end of the interview. Thank you so much. 谢谢你今天我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Iris, and I love to hear from JJ. Yeah, really, really good stuff. But especially, wants to get a little bit more of that revenge against his old friend Scout. So interesting for their build up into playoffs, but really great to hear from JJ himself. And I do believe that we have a very deserved MVP, as Leave will pick up another one here. And especially when we get to see how strong these numbers looked, there's no doubt in my mind he deserved it.
Every single kill was related to Leave, and like you said, that 49% damage share on this Zai was absolutely insane. But I also want to credit Jie being able to secure so many of these objectives once again, even with the early game not going into their favor, allowed this Inferno Soul to be in Leave's pockets, and also a Baron going over towards EDG, where I think Leave has inhuman reactions when it comes to these engages. Someone needs to check his PC, because this man is scaling out of control.
He's got just incredible reaction times here, and it's just able to use the power spikes when they matter most, even in this moment, right? Bearing the brunt of the evil ire of TT here, and it will fight his way out of it. Incredible stuff across the board from Leave in both games, but really the second game setting it off.
Yeah, the second game, the stakes were so high.
This right here, insane.
The bailout from Mako saves Leave twice. And I think at the very end, when it does come to these cutthroat 5v5 decisions, the Renata is just so much more value compared to something like the Rakan, where you aren't able to get your hands onto the Xayah, as she does have the GA, the bailout, also having that cleanse, the flash and the ultimate available.
Yeah, indeed. Now let's go ahead and bring up our standings. As we were talking about earlier, EDG will secure themselves at least a top 2 finish here in the LPL Spring Split. It is now up to JDG to really have those moments happen for them on the other side of it and secure that first place. But we had a heck of a journey, as we had our top 2 teams at least going at it. LNG versus LGD went the way you expected with a 2-0. From a pretty clean LNG victory. EDG, TT gave him a little bit of sweat in game number 2, but it was still another 2-0 for 2 of our top teams.
I keep saying this, but these 2-0 scorelines for some of these matches really don't give it enough, or don't give it enough justice, to say the least, because TT really challenged EDG for this game too. But I think TT had the angle to win, and they could have definitely played towards their advantage and lead. But with the Dragons going into the hands of Jieji instead of Beichuan, it made them suffer a lot. And now only WE and IG are going to be left in the standings competing for that 10th position.
Oh, what a stressful place to be in as well. And really all eyes on WE for that one. IG just waiting in the wings to see if they're able to take that last place. Very, very tough contention with our top 10 teams, though, here in the LPL, where we've had such a crazy split thus far, Kitty. And it has come down to a lot of those changes, a lot of those new homes for some of our star players, and a lot of interesting developments as well. Obviously, seeing OMG there at 6th, pretty impressive in BLG, even with a bit of a rough slate in their season, sitting there at 5th.
Yeah, and just looking at the whole standings in general, the top 5 is absolute chaos. We have a lot of these teams tying with each other, but of course JDG still has 1 game left, and they still can compete for that first spot. But if they drop it, it means EDG is going to be sitting nice and pretty in that first place for playoffs.
It's going to be impressive. Now, tomorrow we have some more games coming up. It is our last Super Saturday in the LPL Spring Split. We got BLG versus OMG. Ultra Prime taking on that JDG matchup, and then WE facing NIP for a spot in the playoffs.
Well, BLG vs OMG is going to be very, very exciting to watch, as I think Yako has been playing out of his mind, especially with that LeBlanc performance. I believe 10 billion kills, 10 billion assists, and also 1 death. Just farming his KDA. I'm exaggerating, but you know how it is. Of course, JDG and WE also playing for that better seeding in the playoffs, but it's so important for WE to pick up this win up against NIP, as it is going to be a relatively one-sided match. Is it going to be one-sided? I mean, NIP is also taking games. I don't know about that. I don't know. IG or WE, they're struggling, to say the least.
I'd be really interested to see how that matchup specifically goes, especially with NIP having a little bit of change up in the roster in the last little bit. But really, really fun stuff as we're getting close to closing out our spring regular season here. Obviously, playoffs around the corner, but impressive stuff from our teams to close out our season strong. I will just say, Kitty, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to cast alongside you here for my final cast of the regular season, at least. I know it's been a bit of a quick night for us. We had 2 2-0s, but on paper was expected. Is this kind of how exactly we wanted to see LNG and EDG finish out their season?
Look, I have a little poem written out for the broadcast and, of course, Mazel, to celebrate your last series of the regular split.
Let's hear it. What you got?
It's unfortunate to see the loss in TT, but at the very end, at least we still have XDD. Good night, everyone. It was very nice to have you guys along for tonight's ride, as it was a crazy one. We will see you tomorrow, as it is going to be our last Super Saturday, and that's all from me and Mazel.
Bye!